One man is being victimized by our own government. One man whom they fear, yet whom millions love. One man who is willing to take the poison arrows of lawfare. One man whose voice has been taken away by a corrupt judge operating in a corrupt system. One man who has been ridiculed and insulted. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who stands between us and them. One man that wants to see America protected again. One man who wants to see America prosper again. One man who understands that a man is a man and a woman is a woman. One man who understands and protects the blessing of life. One man who wants to restore American exceptionalism. One man who once again wants to make America that shining city on a hill for all to see. A place where all the people of the world glowingly set their eyes upon. America. One man who unashamedly wants to make America great again. That one man is Donald Trump.
This is Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
What's up, everybody, on today, Thursday afternoon? I'm going to jump right into today's show because otherwise we'll be here for 3.5 or 4 hours or whatever. So I put up a quick poll in regards to President Trump meeting the president of Turkey earlier, about an hour ago. And as of right now, 85% of you have not seen this. And everything I do is wrapped around Trump. So I'm going to start with this. Even, 15% of the people have seen it, but 85% haven't seen it. And it's not a long one. The usual greeting, and then they cut right to the Oval Office and they talk a little bit and then they take questions. So I'm going to cover that right now. Let's go ahead and just jump right into that.
President Trump, sir. President Trump, will you allow Turkey to buy F-35, sir? Do you believe Turkey can help end the war in Ukraine? Do you believe Turkey can help end the war?
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with President Erdogan of Turkey, and we've been friends for a long time, actually, even for 4 years when I was in exile, unfairly, as it turns out. Rigged election, he knows about rigged elections better than anybody. But when I was in exile, we were still friends. That's always a good way to find out, test of friendship. But he's a highly respected man. He's respected very much in his country and all throughout Europe and throughout the world where they know him. He's built a tremendous military, powerful military, uses a lot of our equipment. And it's an honor to have him at the White House. We're going to have a lunch together. We're going to have a discussion, big discussion. We do a lot of trade with Turkey, and we're going to continue. We're going to do some additional trade. They want to buy F-16s, F-35s, and some other things, and we're going to talk to them about that. And we're just going to have, I think, a very interesting couple of hours. We're going to get a lot done. But I have great respect for this man, and we've had a very good relationship for a long time. If you remember, he let Pastor Brunson, he freed Pastor Brunson. Pastor Brunson was put in jail for 35 years before I got there. This was a group that should have stopped it, and the president, after I called him, released him, which was a great thing for our Christian community, our evangelical community. The evangelicals really wanted that. It was very important to him, so I always remembered that. But he released him from 35 years in prison. And Pastor Brunson now is healthy, happy, and well. And we're very happy about that. But it's a great honor to have the president of Turkey with us. And how are you?
Fine.
Say a few words.
And you?
Great guy.
Öncelikle bu ziyaretimizi Birleşmiş Milletler Genel Kurulu'yla iç içe olan bir dönemde gerçekleştirdiğimizden dolayı arkadaşlarımla beraber çok mutluyuz. Gerek Sayın Trump'ın birinci döneminde gerekse ikinci dönemde Türkiye-Amerika ilişkilerinde farklı bir süreci yaşıyoruz. Kendilerinin de az önce ifade ettiği gibi gerek F-35 konusu, gerek F-16 konusu, gerekse Halk Bankası'yla ilgili aramızdaki ilişkiler konusunu bugün etraflıca görüşme fırsatı bulacağımıza inanıyorum. Heybeliada okuluyla ilgili ise orada üzerimize ne düşerse biz onu zaten yapmaya hazırız. Dönünce de Sayın Bartolomeo'yla bu konuyu görüşme fırsatı bulacağım.
First, Mr. President, I am very pleased that this visit actually coincides with the 80th UNGA. So I am very pleased to be here with my colleagues and friends. And as we have said, during the first term of your presidency and during your second term, we are able to carry Turkey and U.S. relations to a much different level and process. And as you said, we have an opportunity here today to be able to discuss some of the issues regarding the F-35, the F-16, and also the Halkbank case, and we will have an opportunity to thoroughly discuss them. And based on what you have mentioned regarding the Heybeliada school, we are ready to do whatever we can that falls on our part, and I will, when I get back, try to discuss this issue with the esteemed Mr. Bartolomos to discuss how we can move forward on that.
Okay, very good. I would like to be able to do that. The Greek Orthodox Church was here, and they would really like to have some help. They need some help, and I said I'd mention it. We appreciate it. So this is a tough man. This is a guy who's highly opinionated. Usually I don't like opinionated people, but I always like this one. But he's a tough one, and he does an amazing job in his country. And we've had tremendous relationships, both having to do with war and having to do with trade. And I guess today we're talking about both. I'd like to have him stop buying any oil from Russia while Russia continues this rampage against Ukraine. And they've been fighting. They've lost millions of lives already. And for what? You know, for what? It's disgraceful. And I said yesterday, let it keep going because their economy is absolutely terrible right now. And I think it's a shame that they're doing that, killing a lot of people unnecessarily. 7,818 people were killed last week, mostly military people, their people, and Ukrainians. More Russians, actually, than Ukraine, a little bit more. But it's such a waste of human life, and so he ought to stop. Putin ought to stop. And with that, we'll get to a little bit of a discussion. We're going to make some great trade deals for both countries. We do a lot of business with Turkey. They build great products. They build beautiful, great products, really fantastic manufacturers. And we buy a lot from them, and they buy a lot from us. Would you have any questions, please?
repeatedly called out Obama and Biden administrations for their stupid decisions. One example you gave was the refusal to sell the Patriot missile defense systems to Turkey, which resulted in the expulsion of the country from the F-35 program. Now, you are known to be a great deal maker in Turkey. What can you do to undo the stupidity? Yes, CNN, sir.
CNN? Well, because you sounded like a nice guy, but CNN is fake news. But you sound like the real deal to me, so I'll answer the question. We're going to be discussing the Patriot system, which is the best system. We'll discuss that. We're going to discuss the F-35. We'll be discussing all of the things that you know about and that some of that you mentioned. And I think he'll be successful with buying the things he'd like to buy.
What concrete steps can you take?
Well, we'll have to see. We haven't even started yet. But I know he wants the F-35, and he's wanted that, and we're talking about that very seriously. And the F-16, we're in great shape. Certain other things he needed, as you know, and I'm going to see to it that we get that to him. He needs certain things, and we need certain things. And we're going to come to a conclusion. You'll know by the end of the day. Go ahead, please.
Sayın Cumhurbaşkanı, siz Başkan Trump'ın ne kadar barış için çabalar gösterdiğini daha önce de söylemiş bir cumhurbaşkanısınız. Ve siz de bölgede birçok ülkeyle, birçok liderle görüşmeler, kontaklar kurabiliyorsunuz. Bu konuda birlikte nasıl çalışabilirsiniz gelecekte?
Buna inandığım için zaten bunları söylüyorum. Birlikte el ele bölgedeki bu sıkıntıları aşacağımıza da inanıyorum.
Mr. President, when are you planning?
Because I haven't learned his language yet.
Yes.
What did he say?
The gentleman was asking, Mr. President, you have referred to President Trump's peace efforts, and you have also contact with many leaders in the region. And what do you think that you can do about this? And Mr. President has said that, yes, I believe in the peace efforts that President Trump is leading, and together we will be able to overcome the challenges in the region.
I think it's true. He's got tremendous influence in the region. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, when are you planning to lift sanctions against Turkey?
Against sanctions against Turkey? Could be very soon. If we have a good meeting, almost immediately.
President Erdogan is removing tariffs on U.S. goods, and what impact it would be in U.S. production?
Where are you from?
Turkey.
I see. We have a lot of people from Turkey here. That's good. Because I like the questions very much, actually. They're very nice questions. We'll see about tariffs. We're going to be talking about tariffs.
We already removed them.
Well, we're going to be talking about that.
Not all NATO countries stop purchasing Russian oil?
We're going to be seeing about that. The NATO countries were disappointing in that regard, but they've been very amazing in other ways. They did, as you know, they went from 2% to 5% GDP, and that's a big step, and it's paid. I mean, they have the money there. And we're selling a tremendous amount of military equipment to NATO. We're selling. We're not giving like Biden did. We're selling it to NATO, and it's a lot. They're buying a lot, and I assume they're giving it to Ukraine. They could buy it for other reasons too, but I assume they're giving most of it to Ukraine. But they're buying highly sophisticated weaponry, and they're paying for it full price. And that's how we're involved. Biden gave $350 billion. Look, this war would have never started if I were president. If I were president, this war would never be happened. Would have never happened. Yeah.
Mr. President, I would like to ask about Gaza. Are you on the same page, Mr. Erdogan, for Palestine, Israel?
Well, I don't know his stance. I can't tell you about that. I just say that we want to get Gaza over with. I had a great meeting with the leaders of that area, of that region, generally speaking, the Middle East. We had a great meeting the other day at UNGA, as you know, and I think we're close to getting some kind of a deal done. Yeah, we want to get the hostages back. I have to get the hostages back. We're the ones that got the hostages, all of them that we have now. But it looks like there are 20 living hostages and probably 38 or so dead hostages. Pretty sad. And the parents of those dead souls, those dead, mostly men, boys, in many cases like literally boys, They want those bodies back so badly, as much as though they were alive. And so we had a very good meeting with the representatives of the most powerful countries in the Middle East, and I think we're going to be close to a deal.
We've noticed that in the Ukrainian war and during the Israeli-Iran war, the airspace of the NATO countries is very fragile, and it needs to be stronger. And in that sense, Turkey being the second largest army in NATO, it needs to support its air force and air defense. How do you look at this issue in general as a NATO?
Well, we support them. I mean, we're in NATO, and you know, they're paying now 5% of GDP. Nobody thought that was possible, and they agreed to that 6 months ago when I was there. And the relationship is very good. The NATO countries, with us, is the strongest it's ever been. We used to complain that they're paying 2%, but they're not paying. The United States was paying almost everything. And now they're paying 5%, and they paid. And that's trillions of dollars. You know, we're talking about trillions of dollars. And they're spending that, giving that money to us, and we are giving them great defensive, you know, the Patriots and all of the different javelins, all the different missile systems and everything else that they want. But it's, you know, it's trillions of dollars. So we appreciate that they did that. So they went from 2% to 5% of GDP, and that was something that nobody even would bring up. Biden should have brought it up a long time ago, because under Biden, we paid $350 billion, and all it did is make things worse. So we'll see how it goes.
35s to Turkey, fighter jets, F-35s.
Yeah, we're talking about the fighter jets for Turkey. Yes, we are.
Are we going to see any steps going to be taken today about the issue, about the things that are going on in the Gaza, Palestine? Are we going to...
It could be today, yeah, it could be today. We have a very strong dialogue going on with Saudi Arabia, with, I would say, you have 4 or 5 real leaders that are being good. As you know, I met with Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE. We met with Jordan. The King of Jordan was there. We had a really great meeting. I think a lot was determined at that meeting. And I have to meet with Israel, and I have to do that also. They know what I want, and I think we can get that one done. I hope we can get it done. A lot of people are dying. But we want the hostages back. We don't want them back, 1 this week, 1 in 2 months from now, 3 later, and, you know, like the way it's been going. We got them all back. We got a lot of them back. We got the American Alexander. We got the American hostages back. But we have now 20 plus 38 bodies, dead bodies, and we want them all back, and we want them back at one time.
President Erdogan will help to release the hostages?
Do I think what?
Do you think President Erdogan will help to release the hostages?
I don't know if he'll help in that. I don't really think we have. I don't think it'll be necessary in this case. I think we're going to be in a pretty good position. There are a lot of people that want that done. I met with great leaders. Look, you saw the people that were there, and great leaders. Egypt was also represented. We met with the leaders of that part of the world, and they want to see if they can get something done. And I'm going to have to tell Israel, let's go. We want to get the hostages back. Everybody wants to see that war over with, by the way. Everybody. So we're going to see what happens.
How do you see a joint initiative with President Erdogan to bring the President of Russia, Putin, and President Zelensky to the negotiating table?
Well, I can tell you that President Erdogan is very respected by both of them. Everybody respects Erdogan. They really respect Erdogan. I do. And I think he could have a big influence if he wants to. Right now, he's very neutral. He likes being neutral. So do I like being neutral. But he's somebody that if he got involved, the best thing he could do is not buy oil and gas from Russia. If he did that, that would be probably the best thing. He knows Putin like I know Putin. I thought Putin, I settled, as you know, 7 wars, and it's probably more than that if you really want to know the real facts, but 7 wars, and I thought this would be among the easier ones to settle. But I'm very disappointed in Putin. And he's been fighting hard, he's been fighting long, and they lost millions, they lost like 1 million soldiers. And you know, with all of the heavy bombardment over the last 2 weeks, they've gained almost no land. Think of that. They've gained almost no land. And I'm not going to ever call anybody a paper tiger, but Russia spent millions and millions of dollars in bombs, missiles, ammunition, and lives, their lives. And they've gained virtually no land. I think it's time to stop. I really do.
A few months ago, you met with Aliyev and Pashinyan. Can you follow?
So where?
You met with Aliyev and Pashinyan, Azerbaijan President Aliyev and Pashinyan. Can you follow up on what you want to say about current process?
No, I can't. I like this guy. I like him. He's from CNN. Fake news, the worst fake news, but I like him. So it's CNN Turkey. I'll get Brian. Go.
Syria has been a major issue between the two countries for the past decade. And you said the future to Syria is in Erdogan's hands back in, I think, December and January. And the countries are in the process of integrating little fractures into the main government. When do you want to see that happen?
Well, I think President Erdogan is the one responsible for Syria, for the successful fight in ridding Syria of its past leader. And I think this man is responsible. He doesn't take the responsibility, but it's actually a great achievement. They've been trying to do it for 2,000 years. I said, he does it. He did it. I mean, they're your surrogates. I think you should take the credit for it. I told him, take the credit. For 2,000 years, you've been trying to take over Syria. He took over Syria, and he doesn't want to take the credit. You know, all of those people are his surrogates. But the leader of Syria, the new leader, as you know, I took sanctions off in order to let them breathe, because the sanctions were very strong. But I think we should have a major announcement today. He was responsible for that victory. It was a victory for Turkey, because they've been fighting, as you know, for like 1,000 years, and it never went, you know, it was back and forth, but he's responsible for that. So he would have a lot to say with respect to Syria. But at his request, I took, and the request also of the King of Saudi Arabia, it's very interesting, and Qatar, they said if you could take the sanctions. We had very strong sanctions. They couldn't have lived with those sanctions, and I took them off to give them a chance to breathe. But the president was one of the people that was responsible for that. He asked me to do it, and I did it.
Mr. President, furloughs are very typical when the government shuts down. Why is the administration directing federal layoffs of federal workers this time around?
Well, this is all caused by the Democrats. They asked us to do something that's totally unreasonable. They never change. They want to give money away to illegally, people that entered our country illegally. They want to give them massive federal money. And we don't want to do that because it means everyone's going to just keep pouring back. Right now we have absolutely perfect borders like you haven't seen in many years. Even better than I had great borders during my 4 years, but these borders are stone cold closed. You can only come into our country legally now. But the Democrats want to give it all away. They want to open up the borders. Take a look at that. It's a big thing. They want to open borders again after what we're going through now, getting rid of prisoners, getting rid of all of these people dropped out from mental institutions, drug dealers, drug addicts, everything. They're putting everybody into our country. It's all ended now. But this is what Schumer wants. This is what the Democrats want. They want to have, and they want to take our money. We're doing well because of tariffs. We're doing unbelievable. We're making more money than we ever have made. And by the way, we're going to take some of that tariff money that we made, just to get off the subject for a second. We're going to take some of that tariff money that we made. We're going to give it to our farmers, who are, for a little while, going to be hurt until it kicks in. The tariffs kick into their benefit. So we're going to make sure that our farmers are in great shape because we're taking in a lot of money. We're finding, the other day, it was very interesting, they found $31 billion. They said, sir, we found 31. I said, you mean positively, right? They said, yeah, 31 million more than we knew. And they said, we don't know where it came from. I said, check the tariff shelf. They came back the following morning. They said, you're right, sir, it came from the tariffs. We've never seen anything like this. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be taking some money from all of the tariff money that we've taken, and we're going to distribute it to our farmers until the tariffs kick into their benefit, which ultimately the farmers are going to be making a fortune. But it's a process of, it has to kick in. All right, maybe one more.
There was another shooting at an ICE facility in Texas yesterday.
Terrible.
Detainees were killed. The FBI director posted on social media bullets that were engraved with the message anti-ICE.
Right.
He just posted another thing on social media saying they recovered a handwritten note from the subject that read, hopefully this will give ICE agents real terror to think, is there a sniper with AP rounds on that roof? Who do you hold responsible for the uptick in left-wing violence in the country?
Radical left rhetoric. The radical left is causing the problem. They're out of control. They're saying things, and they're really dumb people. I mean, I look at Crockett. I look at some of these people. They're very low IQ people, actually. But the radical left is causing this problem, not the right, the radical left. And it's going to get worse, and ultimately it's going to go back on them. I mean, bad things happen when they play these games. And I'll give you a little clue. The right is a lot tougher than the left. But the right's not doing this. They're not doing it, and they better not get them energized, because it won't be good for the left. And I don't want to see that happen either. I'm the president of all the people. But the radical left is causing this. The radical left Democrats are causing this problem, and it gets worse. It gets worse, and it'll be a point where other people won't take it anymore, and that will not be good for the radical left, and we don't want that. Okay, thank you.
Mr. President, it seems like an indictment of James Comey is imminent. Would this be the first step in accountability for pushing the hoax of Russia, along with Barack Obama involved as well?
Well, I can't tell you what's going to happen because I don't know. You have very professional people headed up by the Attorney General and Todd Blanche and Lindsay Halligan, who's very smart, good lawyer, very good lawyer. They're going to make a determination. I'm not making that determination. I think I'd be allowed to get involved if I want, but I don't really choose to do so. I can only say that Comey's a bad person. He's a sick person. I think he's a sick guy, actually. He did terrible things at the FBI. And but I don't know. I have no idea what's going to happen. Thank you very much, everyone.
So I hope you caught that C-O-M-M. It was very subtle. Well, not really. Wasn't a whole lot of subtlety to it. President Trump came straight out and said there might be a time in a not too distant future where the people on the right say we're not going to take it anymore and it's not going to be pretty. I cannot believe he said those words. Your president just said that. For everybody in the world to hear, there's going to be a time where the people on the right are not going to take it anymore, and then things could get ugly. Wow. Wow. I mean, wow. Say wow again, Barry. Wow. We're going to get into talking about the government shutting down, which at this point might not be a bad thing. But I want to talk to you today about today's sponsor. Those of you who aren't into prosperity, close your ears for like the next 2 minutes, and then we'll be back talking about the government shutdown. But if the rest of you are like President Trump and want to understand different ways you can diversify, let's be clear. Cryptocurrency is no longer an emerging market. It's here. And this latest move cements that reality in a big way. I'm not sure if you've been following along, but Trump media went big into crypto. They just inked a massive $6.4 billion deal with Yorkville Acquisition and Crypto.com and the crypto platform trusted by millions of users worldwide. They're teaming up to scoop up $6.4 billion in CRO, the powerhouse token that fuels fast, low-fee DeFi, staking rewards, and real-world perks like cashback on your spends to establish America's first CRO treasury, the Trump Media Group CRO strategy. When it's done, this new company will be the biggest publicly traded CRO holder out there. And if you want in on the action, head to crypto.com. This is the crypto website, and they're talking about the Trump Media Group launch here. And let's make crypto great again. For more information on the proposed business combination, check out Yorkville Acquisition's corporate public filings. And I urge you, you don't have to do anything. Maybe just educate yourself. Go to crypto.com and just look at what they're saying here. $6+ billion in crypto. So if Trump is doing it, then I don't know. That's the guy you voted for, and maybe you might want to educate yourself and realize what's going on. Just saying. Just saying. All right, so let's move into the next part of the show. That press conference, or the questions he took with Erdogan, were very interesting. A lot of little things came out. One of them was how the tariffs are going to be, some of the overflow money is going to be going to farmers, which I don't have a problem with whatsoever. Now, here's the big thing. I put up a poll, and thus far, 95% of you have said, shut down the government. Just go ahead and do it. Which I don't think most people should have a problem with. Now understand, before we begin here, it's very important that you, if you're nervous, if you're concerned, if you think that, oh my gosh, I'm going to lose some benefits or anything of that nature, no essential services or benefits will be cut. Don't let the left gaslight you. They're talking about some crazy stuff. So we're going to jump into it. But before you begin, and I'm going to try to explain to you what a government shutdown means and who are the people who are trying to fuel this. It is completely being fueled by the left. They want the government shut down. Listen to this, because this isn't the first time we've gotten here. And me personally, I'm sick of it. I mean, it seems like the talk happens, it happens, and then at 11:55 on the day before it's supposed to shut down, all of a sudden they find, oh, we've made some agreement. I'm actually hoping this time they don't. And I'm going to tell you why. There may be some people in the chat who are wondering, why would you want the government shut down, Barry? Well, you're going to find out here over the next hour or so why specifically this may need to happen. Let's dive in.
Recently, you have been going after, talk about criticism, you've been criticizing Fox News for some of the commentary here that says that the Republicans in Congress should not shut down the government over their opposition to the executive action on immigration that the president took. First of all, what's wrong with the Republican plan not to shut down the government, and what would you do?
Because it isn't a government shutdown. They shut down, what, 15, 10% of it? It's not a government shutdown. We're losing the language. The government keeps running. Welfare checks keep going out. People that depend on the government get government services. It's not a shutdown. Tell what it is. It's a diversion, and it's a trick. I know time is short. Let me cut to the chase here. 2010, Republican landslide win. Democrat landslide loss. Ditto 2014. The Democrats have been shellacked in 2 recent elections, and the Republicans are running around like a pole saying that the American people are not going to like them if they shut down the government is absurd. Barack Obama's approval's in the 30s. This isn't about a government shutdown. This is about 2 elections in which the people of this country are begging the Republican people to stop this man.
But let me counter, Rush, let me counter that, because I want to put up a poll which shows that after the October shutdown, October of last year, over Obamacare, forgive me, let's put it up on the screen, 53% blame the GOP, while 31% blame President Obama. And I would argue, let me just finish, and I would argue that the Republicans won despite that, not because of the shutdown, and because, as you say, Obama had a series of disasters, whether it was the Obamacare rollout.
Wait a minute, I did not say they won because of the shutdown. I'm saying it didn't hurt them. They won a landslide election 10 months after this so-called shutdown. The only thing that happened in that shutdown was Barack Obama closed the Vietnam Veterans Memorial to the World War II Memorial to World War II vets who, for maybe the only time of their lives, are going to come visit it, and opened it to some pro-immigration demonstrators. And they shut down the White House tours when the Secret Service
in the exit polls, and I know the Republicans won, Rush, but in the exit polls, and let's put this up on the screen.
Does that not matter?
Well, wait. Can
I love, many of us loved how Rush Limbaugh used to just come right back at these people. And we don't seem to have that anymore. We don't seem to have these national figures that just go, I don't give a crap about your polls. I got the biggest audience in radio. I talk to 10 times as many people as any of these polls talk to. I know what my audience thinks. And the parallels with what we're seeing right now is Trump just won 9 months ago with a landslide. I don't care what the polls say. I could care less that somebody is going to put up a poll and all of a sudden say Trump, the Republicans look like they might be losing on this. No, it's not true. We need to ignore it. You need to tell your friends, ignore it. It's all BS. We don't want it. We've never wanted it. This goes way back. This interview with Rush Limbaugh, I believe, is 2013, 12 years ago. And we're having the same argument. Well, the polls say that the Republicans might look bad. I'm sorry. Look bad. Pull on the big boy pants and shut up and go with it and shut this crap down.
Keep talking polls to me. You keep talking polls to me, and I've got the essence of a poll is an election, and I've got 2 of them. And we would have won the White House in 2012 if 4 million Republicans hadn't stayed home.
But the idea that don't you think it's possible that, my only point is, don't you think it's possible that you won in spite of the shutdown, not because of the shutdown?
What does it matter? They won.
It doesn't matter. I love how he just told him, take your poll, stick it where the sun doesn't shine. We don't care about polls. We are real people. Nobody's called me. No, I have not taken a poll in my life. My wife has never taken a poll in her life. You can go ahead and ask most of the people in the chat. I'd say 95, 99% of the people in the chat have never been polled. Who the hell are these people? The polls say this. No, especially this time. You see, before they were a little bit covert. The Democrats were trying to, play coy back then. Now they're not coy about it at all. They're telling you, we want to keep the government hostage, and we're going to make you fund the stuff that goes against the core principles of everybody who voted for you. They've put President Trump in a position where he has to shut it down. There is no, I want you to understand as we go through this, there is no choice. And any Republican that begins to bubble up and say, let's go ahead and compromise, that's somebody who is an enemy. The core issues of the Democrats and what they're trying to do is try to give free health care to the newcomers. They're trying to give money to NPR and PBS and different liberal media, amongst a whole host of other stuff. These are core issues that you voted for not to happen. And so any little limp-wristed, light-in-the-loafer Republican who's like, well, maybe we should come across the aisle. F you, go away, quit. delete your Twitter profile. That's what I think.
The point is, this is a trick. I think the shutdown's a trick. You know what? Here's what it really means, Chris. The Republicans want what Obama wants on immigration. And they are using the government shutdown as an excuse to not stop him. Because the truth...
See, that right there, I've never seen this piece before. And I went, oh my gosh, that's it. They've played along like the Washington Generals. Washington Generals were the crazy, inept white guys that always play against the Harlem Globetrotters. So they played along like the Washington Generals, and they'd come out with their speeches, and we need to stand strong, winkety wink wink, but they never wanted to shut down. They wanted to go along with what the Democrats wanted. And Rush called them out. And I think today, and from between now and September 30th or October 1st, when it supposedly shuts down, you need to call these people out. You need to say fake, 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 fake. Because there's going to be people like Corey Mills out there who are going to say, oh, we should really try to work together. No, F you, we're not working with them.
The matter is, they agree with it. Romney agrees with it. Jeb Bush agrees with it. Chamber of Commerce agrees with it. Obviously, the Republican establishment doesn't want to stop Obama on comprehensive immigration.
Do you think John Boehner and
very
Mitch McConnell
conveniently,
agree with
here's
that?
this government shutdown. So, we can't act. We can't because they'll blame us for shutting down. They'll really be mad at us for shutting down the government. I think it's absurd.
It's always been absurd. Every time we get to this point in shutting down the government, that's exactly what you hear. You hear people going, it looks like the public's going to blame us. As if you polled 80 million people. Yeah, there's some people out there posing as Republicans. They're posing as MAGA. You've seen who they are. I guarantee you right now, Thomas Massey is all for, giving them what they want so things don't look bad. There's a whole lot of these rhino establishment crapheads that are there trying to pacify. Please don't shut that thing down. We don't want them to be mad. I still need my insider trading info. I still need to go to the cocktail parties. I still need the tickets to the suite at the Commanders games. Nope. This time President Trump needs to stand firm. Needs to stand firm, and not just stand firm, but take it even further, which I'm going to talk to you about.
It's ridiculous. And the American people are being let down here. They're voting. They're expressing their desires. They want this stuff stopped. And the Republican Party's not listening.
I hope it doesn't happen that way again. With Rush Limbaugh speaking you from the past, and how they say, past proves future, or future proves past, we can't let them do it to us again. If we keep getting to this position where real change could happen, and then they cave at the last second. It's always at 11:55. But this time I think it's different. Like, talking about polls, since this is what they all listen to, I did see this poll came out. And Mark Mitchell from Rasmussen put it out. And it was very interesting because Mark has been pretty tough on Trump lately. And even his numbers is like, Trump oversight job approval is in. Single overnight approval for last night is up to 57.11. His approval moves up today in the 5-day rolling average. It is skyrocketing. Why would President Trump's approval rating all of a sudden be skyrocketing? Well, maybe people are tired of seeing people crawl around on roofs taking shots at us. Maybe people are tired of the Democrats trying to ram their ideology down our throats. Maybe people are tired of seeing people denigrate law enforcement. Maybe people are tired of seeing late-night television hosts openly lying to the public. Maybe people have finally caught on when everybody who says all these things about the game being rigged, it's not rigged in the way that you think it is, it's rigged differently. They own the media. The media will look at a camera and lie to your face and not think twice about it. They understand they are beyond reproach. Now you've got Google and YouTube doing gymnastics trying to figure out, what do we do now? Now we're going to be free speech, but well, we're not kind of ready yet, and oh my gosh, Alex Jones just came back, but we didn't remove our policy of creating new accounts, and so we got to ban them again. What in the hell are you guys doing? It either is or isn't. You're not a little bit pregnant. You're either going to stop trying to shut us up, or you're going to try to find the little loopholes to keep doing it. And right now, President Trump's got this giant mallet, a 57%, which is way over the line of 50-50. He's got this giant mallet, and as they've always said, he's got the power of the pulpit now to bam, 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 just take these people on. For too long in my life, I've seen Republicans not willing to go and finish. You guys maybe know the game Mortal Kombat. Finish them. These people are reeling. We should not be giving them any metaphoric oxygen. They're nuts. And you don't negotiate with nuts. Everybody's heard you don't negotiate with terrorists. You can't sit down at a negotiation table with an insane person. They are not firing from the same pistons that you're firing from. They do not have America's best interest in heart. And so, shut it down.
Breaking overnight, the Trump administration unleashed a fairly unprecedented threat of mass firings if lawmakers fail to get a funding deal done before the September 30th deadline. Thousands of federal employees could permanently lose their jobs in just days. In a new memo from the Office of Management and Budget, agencies were told to submit their proposed reduction in force plans and to issue notices to employees. OMB wrote in part, quote, programs that did not benefit from an infusion of mandatory appropriations will bear the brunt of a shutdown.
All right, so I took a moment today because I'm like, I think I've been confusing people when I throw too much information at them, and then sometimes if you don't get a grasp of the information, you're like, where do I go to find out? Oh, I can't just keep going and rewinding videos. So I'm doing something different today. You're going to see it right now. So I put together what's called a Twitter, or rather X, article. Not just a post, an article where I can put a whole bunch of stuff in it, and I can talk to you about it here on the show, and you can go back to my profile and see it. So I put this up earlier today, and I just titled it, Shut It Down. I started off with J.D. Vance, the Vice President of the United States, says, Democrats are about to shut down the government because they demand we fund health care for newcomers. That's where it starts. And it says here, the White House Budget Office has instructed federal agencies to prepare to fire, not lay off, not furlough, fire a ton of people, also known as RIF, reduction in force, that could permanently eliminate jobs in the event of a government shutdown. The latest twist in the latest shutdown Groundhog Day, effectively challenging Democrats to a game of chicken. See, the game of chicken has changed at this point. This is no longer, hey, we'll just bring them back and pay them when the shutdown ends. No, we're doing it differently this time. Now, we're just going to permanently eliminate these positions. You want to shut down? You don't want to back off? We don't care, because these people won't have jobs. That's a huge difference this time. I want you to be able to follow through this, because it's a massive difference. Before, it was shut down or furlough, and you get to have this nice vacation, and then you come back to work after 10 days or 14 days, and you get a lump sum check, and you basically got paid to stay home and watch Oprah. Not this time. Not this time. They've instructed everybody to put together a plan for RIF, to just completely reduce the in-force, reduce the workforce. Tell us how many people we're going to fire permanently. Oh, wait a minute, we're going to sue. Too late. Oh, you want to sue? I think we've got this lawsuit from the Supreme Court that says the president can fire who he wants. See, you effed around and you found out, and what you haven't been paying attention, and what some people here haven't been paying attention, is the breadcrumbs that President Trump was putting in front. He knew in November and December, yeah, there's going to be a government shutdown in October. And we're going to have to here's our way to get rid of a bunch of these people that we couldn't get rid of before. So let's do it now and start firing them, let them sue, let the Supreme Court and all the court systems go ahead and work their way through it. And by the time we get the information from the Supreme Court that says, yes, we can, they're screwed. Let that sink in. By all the Supreme Court and Court of Appellate Court rulings that say he can now fire people, well, now he can. And they can't even sue. This is from Office of Management and Budget Director Russell Vought. In a memo shared with agencies on Wednesday, the Office of Management and Budget, OMB, said departments must identify programs where discretionary funding will lapse on October 1st and no alternative sources are available. Instead of a typical furlough, this is where it gets interesting. You met all those other shutdowns? Instead of a typical shutdown, the OMB has told agencies to get ready for permanent reductions. Permanent. Starting with those positions that are out of alignment with President Trump's priorities. Okay, so we want you to get rid of him. Oh, her for sure. Oh, that guy, he's got to go. Oh, yeah, they got to go. All these DEI, all these, different things, and out of here. They don't fit with my priorities, and we have a government shutdown, and so this time, instead of you getting the nice home paid vacation to watch Oprah and sit on the couch and eat bonbons, bye-bye. You're done. Ixnay. Maybe that's why they're putting some of the fencing around the city, because these people are about to be broke. In the past, affected employees were furloughed on a temporary basis and reinstated once Congress approved the new spending. See, I was texting with SV a second ago, and he's like, I used to work for the government. We've been through it before. Nobody's been through this. This is a completely different ideology. This is a I don't give a crap ideology. This is I don't have one F to give ideology. This is you effed around and you didn't see what I was putting down with the breadcrumbs, and now it's too late. You see, when everybody out there, not everybody, when there's a lot of people on X saying, nobody's doing this and nobody's doing that, and I don't see anything happening, you have to really question these people at this point. I don't know how many times I have to keep pointing out, you see what's going on? Are you reading between the lines? Because what we're seeing happening, and maybe it's because I played football and some of you guys may be in the military, but if you're focusing on here, if you're focusing on the tweet or the speech or something here, you missed a year's worth of things to get to today. And so you're thinking this is just going to be like the ordinary shutdown. I'm pretty sure there were different Democrats who thought this was going to be the ordinary shutdown. This gets dropped yesterday and people are like, oh, shit. Oh. Yeah. And there's so many things happening today. We're going to talk about the generals. We're going to talk about all kinds of things. But by the time you see the fire, something has already burned. By the time you call the fire department, something has already started that fire. You missed the frayed wires. You missed the kindling that got struck. Something in the attic went up, and you didn't know until the smoke detector went off. And that's exactly what the media and the Democrats are doing, because that's what they're used to. They're used to seeing, oh, okay, so today an announcement was made, and they're like, oh my God, how did we not see this? Because this dude's playing on a different level. All right, so where's it go? In the past, affected employees were furloughed on a temporary basis and reinstated once Congress approved new spending. Not this time. OMB Director Russ Vought is using the prospect of deep cuts as leverage against the Democrats. Quote, programs that did not benefit from an infusion of mandatory appropriations will bear the brunt of a shutdown. It reads the OMB memo, with agencies instructed to submit their proposed RIF plans and to issue notices to employees who might otherwise be accepted on a furlough during the lapse in funding. Basically, here's your pink slip. That's not how it works. Does now. Bye-bye. Enjoy. Go away. Talk to Chuck Schumer. Talk to Hakeem Jeffries. They played you. They never saw it coming. Now look at where we are. The government's supposed to shut down on October 1st, or rather September 30th at midnight. So we are 5 days away, and you guys are still, let's have a meeting. No, we don't negotiate with terrorists, and we don't negotiate with idiots. This is how it's going to be. Well, you need us. You need 60. No, I really don't. I really don't care if we shut it down. You see, I've said to you guys many, many times here in my ramblings and talk, is like the opposite of love is not hate. The opposite of love is indifference. And you have to get to a point of indifference in dealing with these nuts. Indifference meaning, oh, I'm not mad at you. I just don't give a shit about you anymore. I don't care. I'm done with you. And that's what they're not understanding. They always thought they had a chip to play. They always thought I got a seat at the table. I can still negotiate. Well, you can only negotiate with someone who's willing to negotiate with you. And President Trump told you go pound sand. Literally. And they can't take it. I'll continue with this in a little bit. Try to give you guys a little bit of time for you to digest.
Republicans have clearly demonstrated they want to shut the government down. Throughout this process, an intentional decision was made by Republican leadership in the House and the Senate not to have a single conversation with Democrats. They're not even pretending as if they want to find common ground. Donald Trump agrees to our demand on Saturday to hold a meeting in the Oval Office to try to avert a government shutdown. The meeting is set on Monday for later on in the week. And then Donald Trump wakes up Tuesday morning and goes on an unhinged rant.
You see, what our boy Hakeem doesn't understand was, bro, you got played. He agreed to meet with us. We showed him our cards. He looked at our cards and then called us back and said, screw off, after I've seen your so-called demands. That art of the deal, that's what you got. So, hey, let's meet. Hey, Hakeem, Chucky, how you guys doing? So, we're going to be able to work things out well. We've got some demands of you. So, you think this is a negotiation? Okay, what is it you want? I want this, I want that. I want to give health care for free to the newcomers. I need $500 billion for NPS and PBS and some of my other liberal friends. And if you do all this, then we'll agree to extend everything. Those are your terms? Yeah. And I immediately thought of Michael Corleone in Godfather. I'll give you my answer now. No. What? And they walked out. And they thought, hey, we got Trump right where we want him. We've told him our demands. Now we're going to go to the media. Now we're going to do all these things. We sat in front of him and said, this is what we want. And he called you back and went, sorry, screw off. And this is what he said. After reviewing the details of the inserious and ridiculous demands being made by the minority radical left Democrats in return for votes, I have decided that no meeting with their leaders could possibly be productive. Sorry, I heard your terms, and I'm ripping them up in your face and telling you to F off. They are threatening to shut down the government unless they can have over $1 trillion in new spending to continue free health care. Oh my God. Just imagine having the audacity to do this. Continue free health care for newcomers, a monumental cost, force taxpayers to fund transformative surgeries, have dead people on the Medicaid rolls, allow newcomer criminals to steal billions of dollars, try to force our country to again open borders to criminals and to the world, allow men to play in women's sports, and essentially create transformer operations for everybody. You see, what President Trump got them to do is to lay bare and tell them, what do you want? Please, let me know what it is that you're asking for so I can tell everybody how nuts you really are. And so now Hakeem and these people are like, oh man, he's telling everybody what we wanted, what we asked for, what we demanded of the President of the United States. There are consequences to losing elections, but based on their letter to me, the Democrats haven't figured that out. You can't put demands on me. I won. Like Rush Limbaugh said, I don't care about your polls. They're trying to eliminate the popular $50 billion Rural and Vulnerable Hospital Fund, which was passed with only Republican votes and proudly signed into law by me. The Democrats in Congress seem to have totally lost their way. They obviously have no idea what it means to put America first or to make America great again. Let me rephrase that. They obviously have no idea who the hell they're talking to. That's what he might as well just wrote there. Y'all have no idea what you just stepped into. You have absolutely no idea what you just did. You thought you were walking into the Oval Office. Needless to say, you walked into a giant bear trap. And now there's nowhere for you to go but cry, scream, or maybe have some of your people slither across roofs and take shots. In any event, as he said today, there's going to be a time when people are going to stop being nice. And then you're in trouble. Your president said that today. There's going to be a time when they're going to stop taking this crap from you people. I've stopped. President Trump said, I'm done. You obviously don't know who you're talking to. All congressional Democrats want to do is enact radical left policies that nobody voted for: high taxes, open borders, no consequences for violent criminals, men and women's sports, taxpayer-funded transformative surgery, and much, much more. Few people voted for what they represent, which would lead to the destruction of America. Instead, people voted for common sense, and that's what we're going to do, yada, yada, yada. And so finally, he ends it with, to the leaders of the Democrat Party, the ball is in your court. I look forward to meeting with you when you become realistic about the things that our country stands for. Do the right thing. So he says that. I'm not beyond talking to you, but you got to come to your senses if you have any left. He followed that up with, where's this one? He followed it up with this one. The Democrats want newcomers, many of them violent, to receive free health care. The Democrats want $500 million to help out the radical left news outfits. The Democrats want to leave dead people on the rolls so that criminals can continue to be allowed to receive that payment, and for some of their politicians to get some backdoor payments. The Democrats want to cut billions of dollars. He's like, no, we cannot let this happen. And he closes. So, I want to make sure you followed up here, that you understand the amount of negotiation and planning that he has put into this. So now that they're moving forward, they can then tell these people to go pound sand. Core services. This is important, and I'll take a break after this, and we'll take some of your comments. But you can refer back to this. Core services. Okay. The gaslighting will begin in earnest in the next day or so. You need to stand firm. Here it is. Social Security, Medicare, veteran benefits, military operations, law enforcement, immigration enforcement, and air traffic control would continue regardless of a shutdown. Period. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. No one's going to be affected. everything, it's right there. Want to tell you straight off the bat, before you start getting deluged with, he's going to throw grandma off a cliff, she's not going to get her. No, you're getting everything. You're getting everything. Those core services, Social Security, Medicare, veterans benefits, military ops, law enforcement, immigration, air traffic control will continue regardless of the shutdown. Given that you now know that to be the case, breathe easy and go on the offensive. Let President Trump know. Shut it down. Shut it down. I don't care. Fire them all. Whoever you think needs to go. We voted for this. We voted for it, and we want these people to go down if they have to. I'm going to take some comments here after a second. Let me know what you guys think.
It's genius. It's pure genius. America is the country that started the AI race. And as President of the United States, I'm here today to declare that America is going to win it. We're going to work hard. We're going to win it.
Why do so many financial experts call silver the most undervalued asset today? Because silver is essential to the future, from solar tech and electric vehicles to the explosive growth of artificial intelligence. Demand is rising fast, and yet silver is still trading at a bargain. With billions pouring into AI, silver prices have only one place to go, and that's up. In fact, silver may be the most overlooked asset class in financial planning. The opportunity for silver is well documented. The market for silver could double or even triple by 2026. You see, I believe in hard assets like this bar of silver. You can hold it in your hand, you can put it in your IRA, you can put it in your home safe, and relative to gold, it's very affordable. That's why I urge you to call my friends at Lear Capital and get their free report, The AI Revolution, and see why silver prices could be set to soar. Call 800-601-5430 or go to learberry.com. But don't wait. We all know. We've seen it. The government can print lots and lots of dollars, but they can't print silver. All right, so I just want you to understand that for the last 9 months, you've been seeing the breadcrumbs being laid out. You have seen the methodical way in which he has been planning this, probably had years to sit down and come up with the game plan, and it's to the point now where he can pretty much dictate where he's headed with things. I want you to look at this real quick. Again, think of the timing. SB just sent this to me. Breaking. Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dillon has sued California, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Minnesota, New York, and New Hampshire for refusing to prove that newcomers and deceased people and other ineligibles have been removed from the voter rolls. Why hide it? Clean voter rolls protect the American citizens from voting fraud and abuse and restore their confidence that their state's elections are being conducted properly, with integrity, and in compliance with the law. All 50 states, red and blue, must have 100% clean voter rolls, and that is vital to the republic. And so what you're seeing right now is the outer branches of this spoke and how they're going after everything in the Democrat pillars. They've gone after the media, they've gone after USAID, they've gone after the NGOs, now they're going after the voter rolls. This is why these people are spinning like Linda Blair right now, because everything that they have needed to get where they are is being methodically destroyed. And one of those things that's being, well, I guess you can say methodically destroyed, Benny just posted this a little while ago. A senior Justice Department official has directed 6 U.S. attorneys' offices to develop plans to investigate a group funded by that guy. The official's directive, a copy which was viewed by the New York Times, goes as far as to list possible charges prosecutors could file, ranging from arson to material support of terrorism. You seeing it now? You seeing it a lot more clearly? Don't look at today's filings. Don't look at today's post. Look at what's been happening and how long it's taken to get to this point, and how so many people are like, nothing's happening. Oh my God, fire Pam Bondi. Oh, she's doing nothing. Stop following those people. You think just now that there was a leak talking about Comey and Tish James and what Big Letty must be thinking? You think now they just let that information out? You think we just found out today about these generals that there was no plan in place until today, and now all of a sudden the generals are being called in? So just think about this. Yesterday and the day before, they brought out the biggest guns they could possibly bring out. Obama was out there. Hillary was out there. They know what's coming. They have to know, because if other people are being investigated, their coconut telegraph is like, oh, really? Oh, they're here? They're there too? Yeah. You don't see it. And so it's hard for me sometimes to deal with people who keep saying nothing is happening. When I'm like, there's a whole lot happening if you know what the hell you're looking at. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Let's take a moment here and talk to some of you guys. I got the Linda Blair reference. Oh yeah, it's from The Exorcist. And screaming. I never thought we'd get here. And understand, it is September 25th, so you're not there yet. We're all in the back of this station wagon called the Trump team, and we're like, are we there yet? We still got a long ways to go. But what you can see is how things are being laid out systematically to go after different things. There's a lot of people talking today that Trump said Obama could be charged with treason. I'm like, oh my God, you went there? Throw stuff out there. Let them chase their tails. There's a lot of tail chasing going on right now. We are not privy to these type of investigations. Nope, not at all. Let's see here. Trump's playbook. Yeah, at this point, you have to begin looking at the play. Each one of you need to be like a defensive coordinator, looking at what's going on. Watch, listen, and then when you can connect the dot, you got to wait for it. How did this come about? How did this happen? He mentioned this 3 months ago. Well, you have the playbook. I keep showing it to you. It's the things he put on his campaign. I'm going to go do these things. So imagine if he said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to destroy the weaponization of lawfare and everything else. You saw basically the menu, but you didn't see the recipe. And so every single day, another recipe gets thrown, a piece of the recipe gets thrown out there, and some people aren't looking at it. They're like, oh, there's a tomato. You need to look at it and go, oh, of course there's a tomato. I can't make the sauce if I don't have a tomato. What sauce? Exactly. You don't know a sauce is being made. You think there's just a tomato on the table. And you don't realize that somebody got the gravy and the sausage and the meatballs and the onions, and now they need the tomatoes. But all you're looking at is tomato. And those of you Italian understand what I'm talking about when I say the gravy, the Sunday morning gravy. Those of you who cook, you may buy this today for Sunday's dinner. And I'm just trying to get you to see there's a lot going on. And if you don't look at one thing, but start looking at going, oh, this piece goes here. Why all of a sudden would they be looking at going after Soros? But that's not the question. The question is, why did they release the information that they're going after Soros? Because by the time the fire starts, there's already been some stuff happening up in the roof. Now you can see, okay, here's some smoke. Why today would I even mention, not me, but why would I even mention, yeah, it looks like we're going to go after Soros now. If you hadn't been planning that back in July. Try not to get too deep here. Trump was saying he wanted to make America great again. He wasn't kidding. Does the welfare, food stamps, nope, does not stop. Does not stop. Not at all. Trump beating that ass with we were talking about crumbs back then and continue. Yeah, and I'm putting it in a situation where a lot of people might talk about what's happening today. And then people like, but I'm trying to get you to understand the process of what they've been laying out. Not everything works. Some stuff doesn't work, but at least you can see where things are going. So let's continue with, let me do the video, or yeah, let's do some more of the video.
They've decided to shut the government down. And on top of all of that, Mike Johnson cancels votes that we were scheduled to have next Tuesday and next Monday in immediate advancement of a possible government shutdown.
All right, so Hakeem's finding out. Hakeem's realizing, oh man, we stepped into it. Not only did Trump tell us to go pound sand, now Mike Johnson has said, you know what? We're not meeting next week. Well, dude, next week is when it's everything, all the shit hits the fan. We got to get together. No, sorry, we're okay. And now they're realizing goose is cooked. Hey man, we were supposed to meet Monday and Tuesday, huh? Guess not.
Decides that there's no need for us to be in town. I mean, that's all outrageous, and it points to one thing. Republicans have decided to shut the government down.
Let's talk about what's happening on the Hill. It looks like we may be moving toward a government shutdown. Can that be averted?
Body language, heads bowed, arms crossed. We got our ass beat. We're in trouble, aren't we? Yeah, you're in big trouble. We're not getting the money, are we? No, you're not getting the money. He outfoxed us again. Yeah.
I hope it can. We Democrats definitely want to avert a shutdown. We know how bad it is. And we're asking something very simple, Joe, for the president to sit down and talk with us. You know, he's not the king. He can't just dictate what happened. He said he doesn't need Democrats. Well, then he doesn't know how to count, because there are 60 votes in this Senate that you need to pass this, and he's got 53. And
you see, he's still playing by the old rules. He's still saying, I got some hand in this. We're good because you need 60 and there's only 53 of you, so you got to come through me. What if the plan was never to come through you? What if the plan was, I don't need these people, and we're just going to either go through them or around them?
When I was majority leader for 4 years, the last 4, we didn't have a shutdown. Why? Because I sat down and talked with Republicans and we compromised. No one got everything they wanted. Donald Trump is the first president we're having a shutdown. As you
Love how they put that up there. A shutdown would give Trump more power over federal spending. Yeah, ding, 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 ding. You got it. You earned your star. You earned your trophy. That's exactly what he has set this up to do. Do you know why he has set himself up to do it this way? Because he knows the people in Congress are always, how should I do it? I need to go re-election in 2026, when right now he can say, I'm going to do it. I'll take the heat, failure or success, and you guys can keep on doing what you're doing, going to your cocktail parties. President Trump understands that.
Hakeem Jeffries and I just made a simple, easy request. Sit down and talk to us. We can probably come to some agreements. There are a lot of people on his side who are upset about what's happening on some of the areas of health care, particularly the ACA, but others as well. Just sit and talk with us. So he did say yes. He didn't tell us, but, you know, his press person said yes. And then a day later, yesterday, he says no. And he has this rant about radical Democrats. Is it radical to want people not to have their...
People.
Premiums go up $400 a month, $5,000 a year. Is it radical to tell a mother whose child has...
A mother. There's a word missing here. And they know it, and they can't do anything about it. They're not talking about Americans. They're not at all talking about Americans. That's a problem.
Cancer, that you're not getting treatment anymore and you're going to watch your child die. No, it's not radical. And 68% of Americans think that this big bad bill was wrong on health care. And it's all the Democrats, 2/3 or 3/4 of the Republicans, but a third, of the independents, but a third of the Republicans. So all he's got to do is sit down and talk. It's such a simple request, and I think the American people understand that.
And Leader Schumer,
you see, that's where the problem is. That is where the problem is. If you notice, that's politispeak. That's a politician talking. That's a politician who says, yeah, 65% of the people, blah, blah, the people don't know what the hell's going on. You've BS'd the people so long that people just sit around and go, oh yeah, this is the Republicans' fault. And they talk so eloquently. Oh, the people don't get their insurance, or the people this, or the people. What about the American people? Oh, no, they're going to be fine. Oh, okay. So what you are, and of course, Morning Joe doesn't ask them. Do you want to put the word American in front of what you're saying, or are you just going to keep saying the people? Because that's what it's all about. And he's playing the poll game, the percentages and all this crap. And President Trump understands if you got to go on a diet, you're not going to lose 16 pounds in the first week. It's a long way to lose that 50 pounds. And a lot of it's going to be painful. You can't eat this anymore. You can't eat that anymore. You can't do this anymore. Whereas the Democrats say, but you're going to take away donuts from everybody. Maybe they need to have the donuts taken away. And Democrats never want to understand what's the best for the long-term health of the American people. Well, if we take the donuts away today, they're going to be messed up. So maybe we take away this much of the donut. And then we'll figure out the rest, a year from now. No, Trump's like, donuts off the table. Oh my God, what are we going to do? Well, you're going to have to deal with it. Or not. Either way, I don't care. So let me go back to what we were talking about. Again, here you can see it for yourself. None of your core services are going anywhere. At the heart of the deadlock, Democrats are demanding that any short-term spending include an extension of the Affordable Care Act subsidies that are due to expire, as well as a broader negotiation on domestic priorities. Republicans, by contrast, are pushing to advance a leaner stopgap bill already passed by the House that would fund the government through November 21st, while largely preserving Trump administration priorities and holding the line on additional health care spending. You see, I think what people are starting to, I don't say realize, but starting to think about it. This entire Obamacare thing was a time bomb. It was a time bomb where they knew it was going to expire, and when that time bomb went off, boom, they said, well, we can lay that on the Republicans. It's their fault because it didn't get extended. Well, you put the Affordable Care Act as a law. Why did you put it that it would expire in 2026? And go boom, and all of a sudden, all these people who were getting free this and free that now have to pay for their own stuff. Now, understand, I'm not trying to be ignorant to the fact that some people can't afford stuff. Of course. So now, what do you do about those people? Well, A, go to work. B, have other programs that fill in the gap but expire over time. We're not just doing this anymore. We're going to make sure you become a producer in this world. You're going to do things to help America. And then we'll get you some help, but at least you got skin in the game. Nah, Democrats don't like that. They want people just sitting at home. That's why everyone's freaking out about the SNAP benefits. Some of the people making them videos should have been making those videos. I can't get my Twinkies. Maybe you shouldn't be eating those Twinkies. See, nobody took your benefits away. They just took away what you couldn't spend it on. Oh my God, there's evil Republicans. They won't let me have my little Debbies. Well, you know what? Maybe you should have some little broccolis. See, them little broccolis can do some stuff for you. Some little spinach, some little cabbage. Ah, yeah, you don't want them little Debbies. Nah, can't eat them little Debbies no more. That's what you're having a problem with. Didn't take away your money. You still got the money. Go ahead and put it over on some lettuce. Put it on some broccoli, some spinach. Be like Popeye Sailor Man. Do something. Get healthy. Eat right. We didn't take away your benefits. We just told you where those benefits could be used. That's what they're freaking out about. The memo arrives days before the September 30th deadline to avert a lapse in government funding. The House has passed a short-term measure to help your operations running through the 21st, but Senate Democrats have rejected the plan, quote, insisting on negotiations over a broader bipartisan package that it could extend the Affordable Act subsidies. So there's what the problem is. We need more free stuff. The people who vote for us expect their free stuff. Well, tell them to go to work. Work? That's racist. How can you tell her to go to work? It's racist. She got 18 kids. Well, we're already paying for them too, right? Yeah. Well, put them in daycare. You still get that. But you go to work. And of course, Nazi, fascist, racist, all because we're trying to tell people it's time to help you be better. It's funny, SV got out of surgery, and he's in here, and I was texting him. I'm like, I told you yesterday, how long you stay in the hospital? Nope, you're not. What do you mean, no? Now they sent me home. What? And today or tomorrow he starts therapy to get his knee working again. Like, no, you're not sitting on a couch, man. We're not going to sit you up here in a hotel room so you can find Netflix and watch something on TV and sit here and snore in the room. Go home and make sure you make your appointment and start getting that knee better. Now, here's the difference between a MAGA and a Republican and a Democrat. People who like SV, you don't have to tell them that. It's like, oh, I'm going home? Awesome. When do I start therapy? I'm ready. I need to get back into pickleball. You're not sitting there going, oh, I need to watch some television. No, man, my objective is to have my surgery, fix my knee, get my ass back out on that pickleball court as fast as possible. Not to milk it. Democrats love milking things. Let them sit there. Let them have their subsidies. Nah.
We've been working really hard to get the House back to the regular appropriations order, and we've achieved that. In the House, in a bipartisan fashion, they passed all 12 appropriations bills through the committee, 3 of them off the floor. The Senate passed 3 bills. Remember the old videos on Saturday mornings about how a bill becomes a law? If the House and the Senate disagree on an appropriation spending bill, they go to a conference committee to work it out. We voted to do that. All this is working well, but we're coming up on the end of the fiscal year, September 30th. So we need a few more weeks to finish this good work. So what we did in a responsible manner as Republicans in charge is we offered a totally clean short-term CR to get that job done. Chuck Schumer saw that. He returned a counteroffer that is filled with partisan wish lists and poison pills and demands. It includes, for example, Brett, what Chuck Schumer is arguing for. He wants to reinstate free health care for illegal aliens. He wants to add $500 million to prop up liberal media outlets. And he wants to add a massive $1.4 trillion spending hike to what should be a simple 7-week stopgap funding measure. We can't do that. We're not going to do it.
We can't do it. We're not going to do it. And if Chuck Schumer wanted to call Mike Johnson a liar, he was sitting right on the set of Morning Joe. He could have said, no, we don't want to give $500 million to these stations. But it's true, so you can't say it. You could have said, we don't want to give $500 million to newcomers so they can just loaf and get free health care. Nope, because you can't say it. And so Trump basically found out what they wanted to do. And, it wasn't a matter of calling their bluff. It was just like, now I know what you're thinking. Get lost. Let's continue. The OMB also said that if Congress passes a clean stopgap bill, nobody will get fired. All right, so understand what that means. You have until Monday or Sunday night or so at midnight to come to a stopgap. Just going to do a clean CR. Just keep everything as normal here. Or, and then nobody will get fired. Or you can tell us no, and a whole bunch of people are going to get fired. Talk about being backed in against the wall. Let that sink in. Stay as it is, and everybody will be safe. Call our bluffs and go to a shutdown, and we're going to fire everybody. Systematically go through every single department and wipe them out. So if you're Chuck Schumer or Hakeem Jeffries, what do you do now? Because your only option is to go complain in the media, and nobody cares what the media has to say. There's nobody in the media that's going to change Trump's mind. There's nobody in the media that's going to change your mind. There's really nobody watching the media. And meanwhile, the entire time that all that is happening, Trump knows full well at this point that his numbers are off the chart, and he's got so much political capital. He's at the 57%. So after all this stuff has happened with Charlie Kirk and ICE and all the other crap, now you guys got no hand whatsoever. None. Democrats, of course, are absolutely beside themselves with Senate Minority Leader Chuck Hammer expert Schumer claiming that the plan confirmed his warnings at the last shutdown standoff in March, when he argued that it would enable the Trump administration to accelerate cuts to government programs. Schumer, who will keep his job no matter what, called the OMB memo an attempt at intimidation. No, what it is checkmate. You are absolutely right. But you didn't see it in April. You only see it now. You said it. I warned that the last shutdown is going to enable Trump to do this and this. You had an inclination something was coming, and now it's come true, and there's nothing you can do about it. House Minority Leader Jeffries struck a sharper tone, warning voters in Virginia, home to many federal employees, that the administration policies were ruining lives and punishing hardworking families already struggling with the Trump tariffs and inflation. With just days left before government funding runs out, the OMB memo underscores the potential for this shutdown fight to reshape the federal workforce in ways not seen in previous budget battles. They were completely unaware what was going to happen. They thought they were still using the game plan from the last couple presidents, and they didn't realize that Trump, Stephen Miller, Howard Lutnick, and Scott Bessent, and all these other people said, no, let's do this. And now they don't know what to do. I won't go through the entire thing, so it doesn't take too long. But if you go out of my profile, here's the actual text of the memo that Russ Vought put out, and it goes through everything. It tells them you got till this much days to do this, and I need to have all these people cut. I will show you this. It says the notices will be in addition to any furlough notices provided due to the lapse in appropriation. RFI notices should be issued to all employees working on a relevant PPA, regardless of whether the employee is accepted or furloughed during the lapse. They're cleaning house. You can read all of this because it goes through everything. These people are toast. And Trump's not negotiating, so he's ready to do it. He's ready to shut it down. And the only question is, are you ready? Are the American people who voted for President Trump know what's coming? I posted that earlier today. I was like, y'all know what's coming, don't you? Are you ready for it? Because these people have nothing left but violence. There's nothing they can do. Imagine right now on September 25th at 2:30 in the afternoon, and Hakeem Jeffries and Schumer are looking at each other and like, what do we do? There's nothing we can do. They don't even want to talk to us. They don't even want to have a discussion. All they're saying is do it what we want or it's coming. And so now what you're going to see over the next couple of days, they're going to let people know that. Trump is taking a hard line. He's going to fire 5,000 people. They're going to be without jobs. He's going to hurt mama. He's going to hurt grandparents. People, oh, it's Christmas time is coming up, and all these people are going to be fired. Oh, my gosh. And so what do you think people are going to do? Of course, you Nazis are doing all this stuff. All you Trump supporters. Why should you have Christmas? Why should your kids have stuff under the trees? Why should you have a nice Halloween party with pumpkins and candy? And we can't. This is where it will begin to get ugly. In addition to that, Pete Hegseth ordered an urgent gathering of hundreds of generals and admirals in the United States Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marine in Quantico next week. Nobody knows why. Somebody does. They're not telling, obviously. Then this one, again, I started talking earlier. Over half a dozen U.S. attorneys have been ordered to draft up plans on investigating an organization funded by Soros. Big gulp. There are so many things happening at once, and if you're an old-time politician like Schumer, who just usually goes to meetings once in a while, and right now, today, you have no alternative. There's nothing you can do. You are in complete, utter desperation. What happens when people get desperate? Weak Democrats cave to the far left to shut down the government. Democrats are willing to shut down the government unless they get a $1.5 trillion radical wish list, putting America at risk to please the far left. 210 spineless House Democrats and 46 Senate Democrats voted for a shutdown. All of them were voting against supporting the military, against critical veteran care, against increased member security, against air traffic control, against firefighter pay. You're pissing off everybody. And I loved it that President Trump said, and I know where you're headed. Each one of you at this point need to know where these people are headed. They don't have anything else on their plate. It's all about slithering across roofs at this point. It's only going to get worse. Once they realize by Monday or Tuesday, and now you've got the information, you'll watch and go, I see this. I see what's happening next. And then in between, as I've told you for months, once you get to today's Thursday, everybody know what happens today. Well, I'll tell you, tonight's Thursday Night Football. All eyes are going to go away from news, and they're going to be watching Thursday Night Football. And then tomorrow's Friday, and there'll be a whole slate of college games. And then Saturday, a whole slate. Nobody's looking at the news. They're all going to be looking at football. And then Sunday. And then my boys play on Monday night. Dolphins play Monday night. So between now and Monday, there's so much diversion in people's lives, in addition to it just normally being the weekend. It's, people are it's the leaves are changing. All kinds of things are happening. And they're going to have to try and ring the bell and get people's attention. And the only attention they're going to get are the nuts. The absolute crazies. Because you're going to live your life. And once you've seen this now, hopefully you'll realize, don't fear the reaper. Everything that you're getting, you're still going to get. So you breathe easy and go, so my check's coming? Yep. All my benefits are coming? Yep. So what am I worried about a government shutdown for?
Well, the Democrats are demanding free health care for illegal aliens. Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries have been clear. They will not fund law enforcement. They will not fund the military. They will not fund public safety. They will not fund the operations of the federal government that your tax dollars pay for unless they get free health care for illegal aliens. That is the biggest losing message and the biggest losing argument in American history. We will see if there's enough Democrat senators who are dumb enough to follow Chuck Schumer off the edge of that cliff.
He's right. And I'm going to show you a piece now that proves what I've been saying, that this has been coming for quite some time. This is President Trump going to one of his dinners. And in one of his dinners, he's telling people it's coming. Again, people didn't listen.
Will you meet with Democratic leaders to talk about how to avert a shutdown?
Well, I will, but they don't care about crime. They want to keep men and women in sports. They want all this stuff. They don't change. They haven't learned from the biggest beating they've ever taken, just about. I'd love to meet with them, but I don't think it's going to have any impact.
Mr. President!
Well, thank you very much. As you know, we passed the continuing resolution in the Republican House today. It was an amazing vote, actually. It shows we want to keep things going and very properly. It was good for a lot of reasons. The Republicans want to keep government open. But in the Senate, we have 53 Republicans total, and we need 60 votes. That means we need Democrat votes. I want to thank Senator John Fetterman, who wants to keep the country open. We're doing so well as a country. We're doing probably better than ever before. If you look at the stock market and other indicators, we have tremendous investment coming in, record investment coming in. Everything is going well, but the Democrats aren't happy about that because they don't want it to go well. I think they actually dislike our country greatly. So they want to shut down the country. They want to have open borders. They want to stop the fight against crime, where we've been very successful. The D.C., as you know, Washington, D.C. is it's a hot place right now. Everyone's having dinners. They're going out and all over. There's very little crime. They haven't seen numbers like this in many, many years. On other places, as you know, we're going into Memphis. We'll soon be going into Chicago. We've already had people out there, and when there, and FBI has been there. We put the numbers down. They'll be bringing them down a whole lot. But I guess they want crime, and we fight crime, and it's a pretty big difference. And they want to have men playing women's sports. They want transgender for everybody. And if they don't get everything that they want, all these things that they want that are proven so badly, they want to close our government down. If we're not going to let bad things happen to our country, we're not going to approve things that we shouldn't be approving. Just today, the House Democrats voted against condemning the political assassination of Charlie Kirk. Who could vote against condemning all this, saying, please condemn the assassination of a human being? And they said, no, we're not going to do that. Remember this, we had an election a very short time ago. Republicans won presidential. We won the popular vote by a lot. We won all 7 swing states. We won the electoral college by a lot. We won most U.S. counties in a total landslide. So we won most, it's a very big statistic. We won the counties in a number that I don't believe has been hit before, 2,600 counties versus 525 counties for the Democrats. So the Democrats really should start respecting what takes place at the voter booth. In many cases, it's not a voter booth because they have mail-in voting, which is a very corrupt situation. But despite that, we wanted a landslide. And we have to remember, when you win the elections have consequences. So we'll continue to talk to the Democrats, but I think it could very well end up with a closed country for a period of time. And we'll take care of the military, we'll take care of Social Security, we'll take care of the things that we have to take care of. A lot of the things that Democrats fight for, which in many cases aren't very good things, will not be able to be paid. So we'll watch and see how they do with that. They'll have to handle their constituents pretty carefully. So we're proud to announce that we won the House. We did fine in the Senate, but we need 60 votes. So we have 53 senators, and we need 60 votes. That means the Democrats have to vote in the Senate. And I don't think they will be voting now.
I think the Democrats have now walked into a trap they set for themselves, kind of, because they're arguing that unless President Trump agrees, essentially, and Miller said this last night, I think, over at Fox, unless the Republicans agree and the president agrees to continue to fund illegal alien health care for illegal aliens, they're just not going to vote on anything and shut the government down. Now, I realize people are out of town, But Russ vote has just ruined their dreams of chop blocking the Trump revolution by saying, this is very interesting because this really, as OMB director, I think we have essential and non-essential workers, and I think the agencies ought to be prepared for, quote, mass firings, unquote. Brother Wade Miller, we got to get our hands around this fiscal policy. Even the Clean CR, House Freedom Caucus supported it. We kind of said, hey, if you got to do it, you got to do it, because Russ Vote's saying, I got rescissions, I got pocket rescissions, I got impoundments, I'm going to start cutting away at this thing. But now we're talking about mass firings. We're finally getting to what Doge kind of attempted to do. How real is this, sir?
Well, I think it's very real, and it's an amazing own goal by Democrats and a strategic failure on their part. Republicans were basically ready to fund government at current levels, and of course that wasn't good enough for them, so they're heading towards the shutdown. And I don't think that they really understood the mindset of the Trump administration towards woke, weaponized, and wasteful government. Because essentially on September 30th, October 1st, there is no appropriation in place. So, in past shutdowns, presidents have decided to furlough, but there's no requirement to furlough. The Trump administration can instead just start firing large.
So as you're hearing that, I want you to just imagine what Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer have to answer to at this point. Because the question is, how did you not see this coming? If I'm one of the rank and file members of the Democrat Party, I'm looking at them going, how did you not understand what was going to happen? How did you not see that things were different? You can't look at President Trump and compare him to any other prior president, especially not after shooting him and arresting him and putting him on trial across the country and trying to steal his property and try to steal his businesses and his money. How do you not look at every angle? Okay, Chucky, what could happen if he gets pissed off? Well, how are you not having those meetings? Are you guys too busy having Rashida Tlaib and AOC and what's her name, Jasmine Crockett out there saying all kinds of BS? Are there no people in your organization who can sit back and play some chess and go, okay, if he does this move, we got to be prepared to do this move? And now, 4 days before the thing shuts down, you're just realizing, he can fire everybody? You're just now figuring this out. I would doubt there's a single one of you who, when you're going on a trip, don't put gas in the tank and figure out where you need to get to before you fill up or eat something. It seems like these guys get in the clown car and drive around and have no idea where they're going and just talk to MSNBC and CNN. I mean, I'm not being facetious. I'm thinking, how did you not know it? This guy is going to do whatever he can to stomp you out. And so you would think to me, I would think that at some point I'm looking at every single book. And I'm like, okay, if this happens, anybody know what's plan C and D if he makes his moves? Is there no one you're talking to? Is not Mark Elias or what's the other one? Norm Eisen? Is nobody figuring out, well, if we do this, this might happen. Oh, he'll never do that. Don't worry about it. What time's golf? And now, we're going to walk in this meeting and we're going to spank him. I want $1 trillion, and I want some for the illegals, and I want so much more for my friends in the media. What do you think about those apples, Donnie? Okay. Let me think about it for a couple of days. All right, get back to me. And then you go back and read on X, he told you to F off. Did you not think that was possible? That's the part I don't get. That's the part, as any businessman, you have to know what the other person might be able to do and what they have opportunity to do. Just because Joe doesn't know he could flip this switch doesn't mean that I'm not prepared if he does. Back to a football analogy. Oh, they might throw the bomb, but I think they're going to run. I'm going to prepare for the run, but I got to know that guy out there can cover that guy just in case they might throw the bomb. And it seems like the Democrats crowd the line and they're all waiting for the run. And when the quarterback goes back to pass, it's like, are you covering him? Oh, I didn't know he was going to throw the ball. That's what it seems like to me. It seems like we're watching Keystone Cops, which is scary to me because these people are in government. These are the people that we hope are making all the contingency plans. That's what freaks me out about all of this is how can Trump be running circles around them? They've been running the government. Unless they haven't.
Woke, hang on. This is so key. This is absolutely, this is what I say this trap was set. In the past, you could kind of, and they did, they kind of played footsie. That's why you just had a couple of park rangers that maybe took a day off or something, right? This is totally, completely different. What Roosevelt's saying, hey, at midnight on the 30th, it runs out, baby. The new fiscal year starts at 1 a.m. on the 1st of October, and we got no money. We have no appropriations. We have nothing. So I've got to go to all non-essential workers. I'm not going to furlough them. I'm going to fire them. Is that?
I don't post a lot of Steve stuff because he and I don't agree on everything, but this is so nonsensical. You're like, wait a second. Did you not see this coming? Did you really just let this happen? Did you leave all these people out on the island and no way back? Who does that? And you guys may be seeing it for the first time, and it may seem crazy to you because you're sitting back and going, "This is too." We've always kidded about the 4D chess. Is he really playing 4D chess? No, I don't think so. See, I'm never going to say 4D chess again, because when I say 4D chess, that assumes that the person you're playing against is playing 4D chess. I don't think these people know how to play chess. I don't think he needs to play 4D chess because he just moves a pawn or a knight or something, and they're like, what's that mean? I don't need to play 4D.
Essentially, Roosevelt's plan.
Well, yes, if there's no appropriation in place, then the President of the United States has a significant amount of authority to eliminate spending to comport with the lack of that appropriation, minus security, things that are life-saving, national defense. But otherwise, the president has a broad amount of authority. And if the president authorizes OMB Director Roosevelt to put that plan in place, they can take a wrecking ball to a lot of these bureaucracies that are unnecessary and are just elevating the debt, serving no public purpose. So in that respect, just legally and statutorily, I don't understand what the Democrats are thinking, and I'm kind of glad that they're this inept.
I mean, when you actually think about that, you are seeing ineptitude on a level that we've never seen before. Yet Schumer's been in Congress, 20, 30 years? I don't know how long Hakeem Jeffries has been there. How have they not done this? How are you so easily getting around the wily veteran here, the esteemed schooled veteran, experienced, and making them look completely inept? No, it's not 4D chess. These people don't understand how to play chess at all. I'm going to, yeah, exactly. Sharon just says they never thought she would lose. That was it. And now they're getting exposed mightily. And they don't seem to understand what the hell to do. And this is John Thune. Now understand, it's already passed the House. Now it's at the Senate level. This is John Thune.
Let's talk about one of the main Democratic demand that they want in exchange for keeping the government funded, which is to extend health care subsidies. There is support across the political spectrum for extending health care assistance. I'm putting some numbers up on the screen. 63% of Republicans, 80% of independents want that. Are you concerned about backlash for not saying yes to doing this as part of the short-term spending bill?
You see, even the media doesn't understand. They're playing games with charts. You cannot play games with charts with President Trump. Oh, 63% of who? It means nothing. It's a graphic you're putting on the screen, and then you're asking people to comment about it. Like, I don't give a shit about your chart. I don't know who you got in the back room doing your graphics. I have no idea. I mean, when she just showed that, hold on, let me just ask you, because I want to put this back on screen here. Where is it? Okay. Let me put this on the screen. Who the hell is KFF Health Tracking Poll? In June, something called the KFF Health Tracking Poll that happened in June, like 3 months ago, you're putting that up as news today. Why are you serving me stale milk? I don't like chunky milk. June 4th. I want you to be able to see that yourself on the bottom. Let me just make it big so you guys can see. This poll is by something called the KFF Health Tracking Poll from June 4th. And then on the side, it says the margin of error is 6 points. Who the hell are they? And why are you showing me a poll from 90 days ago?
Backlash for not saying yes to doing this as part of the short-term spending bill?
Well, I mean, a short-term spending bill, just that. It's a short-term spending bill to give us time to negotiate these bigger issues. We want to get appropriations bills done this year. That's not something they did when the Democrats had the majority. Senator Schumer didn't bring a single appropriations bill to the floor last year. We've done 3 of them already. We want to do a bunch more. And this enables us to have the time to do that and to have discussions about other issues, like the premium tax credit issue. There are obviously issues related to that, that particular program is desperately in need of reform, and I think that should be a part of the conversation as well. And I think everybody's willing to have that conversation, but you shouldn't hijack a bill that will keep the government open in order to do a lot of extraneous things. And this is a program that costs $365 billion. And so if we're going to have that conversation, we should, but it ought to be in a place and time where we can work through some of these issues and look at some of the reforms that would come with that to make that program work in a way that is a better deal for the American taxpayer.
A lot of them are going to expire at the end of the calendar year, though. So in the meantime, people could lose the help that they're getting in purchasing health insurance. Do you see any benefit in doing something before that happened? And even more broadly, sounds like you're committing maybe with some reforms to extending that as long as it's done through proper process.
Yeah, it ought to be done. It ought to be done in regular order, Dan. I mean, again, this is not the time or the place to do this. But bear in mind, it isn't just this the Democrats are asking for. They're asking for hundreds of billions of dollars of additional spending. They are literally wiping out the rural hospital fund that we put together, $50 billion that's available to help support rural hospitals. And that's wiped out in their proposal as well. So I think this is an issue that needs to be discussed. We need to figure out what the path forward is. Obviously, of the 23 million or so people that get their insurance on the exchange, over half of them this last year, according to a lot of the data that we've seen, didn't even file a claim and probably don't even know they have coverage because a lot of these folks get auto-enrolled. The payments are made directly to the insurance companies. Like I said, this is a program that needs reform, but I think everybody is...
Wait. So, talk about a racket. You get it auto-enrolled into a program you don't know you have, and the government is paying premiums to an insurance company you don't know you have available to you, and everybody's making money, taking our money to pay for these people who don't even go to the doctor. Okay, just wanted to follow at that.
To sit down and talk about how to make that happen in a context where it should be discussed, not as a hostage to keep the government open. I mean, right now, as I said, we got a bill sitting on the desk in the Senate that could keep the government open. Well, I mean, I think people aren't going to lose their benefits. Is that this expires at the end of the calendar year, and what we're talking about here is a 7-week continuing resolution to fund the government until November the 21st. And I assume in that time period there will be plenty of opportunities for us to negotiate and discuss what the future of the premium tax credit program looks like.
Would you commit to doing that as a way to keep the government open?
Well, I've said before, I'm happy to have the conversation. I mean, I got to see what's going to be proposed. I'm hoping that the Democrats actually have a proposal. What they're talking about is a straight-up extension, which, as I said, costs $365 billion, has no reforms in it. And this is a program that's desperately in need of reform.
Mr. President.
Oh, she looked like, again, she's sitting on a pineapple. And it's almost like she doesn't know what she's even talking about. See, again, she's going to put out, she just put out the premise you're going to hear over the next couple of days. Granny's going to lose her coverage. How many times you're going to hear it, I can't tell you, but you should know moving forward, nobody's losing any interim benefits. You're still going to get your Medicare. You're still going to get Social Security. The police are still going to come to the house. Well, that's local. But in any event, nobody's losing anything. Stop lying, media. Stop gaslighting people. There's a press conference going on right now that I want to bring you. This is about what happened with the ICE shooting yesterday. So I want you guys to hear this. I just pulled it up on feed here. And let's take a listen to this. 1 second here. Might have some interesting stuff here. All right, let's take a break and listen to this.
Good afternoon. I'm Catherine Miller. I'm the acting PAO for the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Northern District of Texas, and we welcome you here this afternoon. At the podium today is Nancy Larson, the acting U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Texas, and she's joined by Joseph Rothrock, the Special Agent in charge of the FBI, Dallas. With him is Marcos Charles, the Acting Executive Associate Director of ICE's Enforcement and Removal Operations. We also have Josh Johnson, the Acting Field Office Director, ERO Operations, Dallas Field Office, Travis Pickard, Special Agent in charge of HSI, Dallas, and Benny Mims, Special Agent in charge of ATF, Dallas. At the back, I will be putting a sign-in sheet for all media. So please, before you leave, add your information so that we have that. And following the remarks, we will have a brief period for questions and answers. Please remember to identify yourself and your media affiliation when you ask a question. And with that, I'll turn it over to Acting U.S. Attorney Nancy Larson.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here today. This is the third time in my short 4-month tenure as the acting United States Attorney for this district where we have suffered violent attacks and threats at ICE facilities. First, you'll recall July 4th, 2024, the violent attack on the Prairieland facility in Alvarado, Texas. The second occurred on August 25th, 2024, when Bratton Dean Wilkinson, who stands charged by federal complaint, pretended to have a bomb. He showed up at the ICE facility with a backpack and something that looked like a detonator on his wrist and threatened the facility. Third, of course, is yesterday's attack, September 24th, 2025, when the Dallas ICE facility was riddled with gunfire, costing the life of one detainee and injuring 2 other detainees critically. Initially, I want to commend the cooperation of the Dallas Police Department, the Dallas County Sheriff's Office, the FBI, the ATF, ICE, and HSI for their swift and decisive response to this crime. Members of these agencies quickly secured the scene and the evidence and worked tirelessly to determine any continuing threat. Due to their efforts, it did not take long to ascertain the identity of the shooter, who was deceased by a self-inflicted gunshot wound, and that he very likely acted alone. His name is Joshua Yan, 29, of Fairview, Texas. Let me just review a very brief summary of the timeline of yesterday's attack. We believe at some point around 3 o'clock in the morning that the suspect was seen driving on footage with a large ladder on his car. And we believe that that is what he used to position himself on top of the building. The shooting itself started at approximately 6:30 a.m. After the shooting started, Dallas Police Department arrived en masse, secured the scene. Law enforcement officers found the sniper dead. They found bullets on the rooftop, one of which was labeled with the words anti-ICE. That morning, gunshots sprayed the length of the building, the windows, and law enforcement vans that were in the Sallyport area. Detainees were struck by these bullets. One was killed, 2 were wounded, and both of them are undergoing treatment. Shortly thereafter, the FBI began its meticulous work at the crime scene. At the same time, we obtained and executed multiple search warrants yesterday for devices and locations associated with the sniper. FBI agents executed a search warrant at the sniper's residence yesterday, and there found a collection of notes. First, I want to point out that one of these notes or papers, the sniper explicitly states, "Yes, it was just me." That statement appears to be correct at this point in the investigation. Notably, these loose notes included a game plan of the attack and target areas at the facility. He called the ICE employees people showing up to collect a dirty paycheck. He wrote that he intended to maximize lethality against ICE personnel and to maximize property damage at the facility. He hoped to minimize any collateral damage or injury to the detainees and any other innocent people. It seems that he did not intend to kill the detainees or harm them. It's clear from these notes that he was targeting ICE agents and ICE personnel. The tragic irony for his evil plot here is that it was a detainee who was killed and 2 other detainees that were injured when he fired into the Sallyport. He also hoped his actions would give ICE agents real terror of being gunned down, and he did this to induce constant stress in their lives. He hoped his actions would terrorize ICE employees and interfere with their work, which he called human trafficking. And this, what he did, is the very definition of terrorism. Again, his notes reveal, yes, it was just me and my brain. And he said, good luck with the digital footprint. And of course, we take this to mean that he deleted evidence from his devices. His words were definitively anti-ICE. That said, we did not find evidence of membership in any specific group or entity, nor did he mention any specific government agency other than ICE. Among his papers, though, was a handwritten note in which, in crude words, he expressed his hatred for the federal government. Finally, I want to address the heroism of our federal agents yesterday. While under fire, ICE agents and ATF agents who were also present in the facility's Sallyport area worked together to remove detainees from the vans and get them to safety while the bullets were flying. These agents were heroic, clearly willing to lay down their lives to save the lives of the detainees in their custody. And that's an extremely important point to make at this point in time. I want to express my deepest appreciation for the bravery of these law enforcement officers yesterday and every single day that they go out there to keep us safe. I'll now turn it over to FBI Special Agent in charge of the Dallas Field Office, Joe Rothrock. Thank you.
Good afternoon. First, I'd like to start by thanking our acting United States Attorney, Nancy Larson, and her office for their support during this investigation. My name is Joe Rothrock, and I'm the Special Agent in charge of the FBI's Dallas Field Office. Yesterday morning, Joshua Yan carried out a targeted, ambush-style attack on law enforcement. Today, I will provide you with some updates of what we've learned through our investigation to date, to include Yan's own words in his handwritten notes. Yan specifically intended to kill ICE agents. He fired at transport vehicles carrying ICE personnel, federal agents, and detainees. He also fired multiple shots into the windows of the office building where numerous ICE employees do their jobs every day. We now know that Yan engaged in significant high degree of pre-attack planning. He searched for information about the office building and how to track ICE agents' locations. Yan also acknowledged the potential for other casualties. He knew with a high likelihood ICE detainees would be transported that morning in the exact location where he was facing from his perch on a nearby rooftop. Yan's attack did in fact result in the tragic death of one detainee and the injury to two other detainees. We have been able to confirm that Yan legally obtained an 8mm bolt-action rifle he used in the shooting in August of this year. Based on our investigation to date, we believe Yan acted alone, but I'll stress our investigation continues. This attack yet again underscores the dangers that law enforcement face daily. We continue to see an increased threats against law enforcement. This is the second attack in recent months on ICE facilities here in North Texas. I do want to take this opportunity to thank our law enforcement partners, some of whom are here with us today. When Yan began firing, agents from both ICE and the ATF put themselves in the line of fire to move individuals off the transportation vehicles in an attempt to protect and rescue those that were injured. I want to thank them for their bravery. The Dallas Police Department and the Dallas County Sheriff's Office also quickly responded to the scene without any hesitation and ran towards danger. Ultimately, they located the shooter, who was deceased by an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. I want to thank them for their prompt response and dedication to protecting and serving their communities. I also want to thank our partners that have assisted in this investigation. The Fairview Police Department, as well as our partners in Oklahoma, to include Bryant County Sheriff's Department, Durant Police Department, and Choctaw Nation Light Horse Police, as well as our personnel from San Antonio and Oklahoma City within the FBI that assisted. The FBI has dedicated its entire breadth of resources to ensure this investigation is completed thoroughly. The FBI stands with our law enforcement partners, and today we express that the attacks against law enforcement officers will not be tolerated. While we believe Yan acted alone, we are still asking that anyone with information about Yan or his activities report that to the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI or at www.fbi.gov/Dallas ERO shooting. And with that, I will turn it over to Director Charles.
Good afternoon. My name is Marcos Charles. I am the ICE Executive Associate Director for Enforcement and Removal Operations. The attack on ICE's Dallas field office yesterday was tragic. And while our hearts and prayers are with the family of the detainees who were shot, the evidence is clear that this was intended as an assault on ICE personnel who come to work every day to do their job. Violent rhetoric has led to over 1,000% increase in assaults on ICE officers, and it has to stop. In contrast to those who would demonize our men and women, yesterday our brave officers ran back into danger, along with ATF, our partners, to save the detainees while shots were still being fired. Those ICE officers just showed the world who they really are. Law enforcement officers who want the best for our country. That's ICE. integrity, courage, excellence. They were willing to put their lives on the line to pull detainees out of the transport van to get them to safety. They are heroes, and I hope the media has the integrity to shine a light on this story. Enough is enough with the harmful lies and violent rhetoric. It has to stop. The shooter used the ICE tracking apps. Anyone who creates or distributes these apps that is designed to spot, track, and locate ICE officers are well aware of the dangers that they are exposing to law enforcement. It's a casting call to invite bad actors to attack law enforcement officers. It's no different than giving a hitman the location of their intended target, and this is exactly what we saw happen in Dallas yesterday. The media has been amplifying these apps even as we warned them it would only lead to more attacks on law enforcement. We truly wish we didn't have to say, "I told you so," but here we are. ICE continues to prioritize the safety and security of our personnel, detained aliens, and facilities. We will do everything possible to increase security to counter the increased wave of these lethal attacks. Again, we call on those who foment violence and vilify our law enforcement officers to cease the dangerous rhetoric. We also call on law-abiding Americans everywhere to report any suspicious activity. The individual that was out there yesterday shooting at our agents and our officers was trying to take the lives of law enforcement people doing their job. Instead, he killed a detainee and shot 2 others. That is something that's unacceptable. The rhetoric that's out there on social media, the rhetoric that is being said by some community leaders in other states needs to stop. There's been an increase in violence against ICE agents, not only in Texas and Dallas, but across the country in violent protests. Again, I ask everybody to just stop. Thank you.
So we're going to open it up to questions now. So if you have a question, we'll direct it to the appropriate person. You're first up.
Sean Murphy with the Associated Press. Can you tell an estimate of how many shots were fired and how he was able to get those off so quickly with a bolt action rifle?
Yeah, so how I'll answer that at this point, again, I'll just remind you, this is an ongoing investigation. The ICE facility, the ICE office, really, it is a business office. This is where business is done on a daily basis by our partners at ICE. That is still an active crime scene. We still have personnel out there. As I mentioned earlier in my remarks, we brought in resources from San Antonio, Oklahoma City, obviously our own FBI resources here in Dallas, as well as folks from our lab, because we are going to do a thorough and exhaustive investigation and make sure that we have a full accounting of all the evidence that's at that scene. Again, those efforts are ongoing at this time. I'm going to go here real quick.
Can you talk to us more about the detainees in the van? Were they transported to Alvarado, Texas, and what happened to them?
So you're referring to detainees that were not injured?
Correct.
Yeah.
Maybe you could give us an update on the ones that are injured, identities, nationalities.
So I won't be providing any updates at this time on the identities of the detainees that were injured. ICE has a process from notifications to consulate and to next of kin. That process is ongoing, and so we'll defer to our ICE counterparts at some point to determine when it's the right time to release that information. The other detainees remain safe. They are victims as well of this violent crime, and they are people that we are actively interviewing as part of our investigation. Right here to the front.
Matt Kyle, Dallas Morning News. Ms. Larson had referenced anti-government, anti-federal government statements that Mr. Yan had made. Is there any more information y'all can release about what exactly was in those writings?
The clearest motivation for this attack are his own words. In his handwritten notes, he says, "I want to cause terror." He doesn't want to just impact the ICE agents and the law enforcement agents that were carrying out that mission yesterday. He wants to impact ICE agents and law enforcement across the country. Again, his words, cause terror for those employees across the country. Look over here.
Shannon Miller with NBC DFW. Any indication how long the suspect had been planning this this attack?
Well, this is, again, as I referenced in my remarks, this is significant pre-planning months in advance. We know that he obtained the firearm in August. We also know that he was looking at a number of DHS facilities and he had downloaded that information. He was looking at the apps, as my counterpart mentioned, to see where ICE agents would be. So this was not something that just occurred yesterday. It came to a conclusion yesterday, but this is something months in the making.
Priscilla Thompson with NBC Network News. From what we have heard, this person was not particularly political. Was there anything that you all have found in terms of an inciting incident that led him to commit this attack?
Unfortunately, the challenge with these mass casualty incidents is people can be motivated to violence by any number of grievances. In this case, the clearest indication of motivation are his own words. He wanted to cause terror. He wanted to harm ICE personnel. Ma'am.
The deceased shooter, did he have a relation with somebody who had been detained by ICE or mistreated by ICE for him to act this way?
Again, the clearest motivations at this point are the harm he wanted to cause to ICE. We're not aware of any specific relationships he had with anybody in detention. But again, our investigation's ongoing. We're going to unturn every stone here. And so that continues. Sir.
Omar Villafranca with CBS News. Secretary Noem has asked for increased security at ICE facilities across the country. Can you say what is going to be done to harden these facilities to protect agents and detainees?
So I cannot say what will be done by our partners at DHS to harden their facilities. What I can say, and I can draw upon just our recent experiences here in North Texas, is we've seen attacks now, 2 ambush-style attacks, where law enforcement was the target of individuals who did significant pre-planning and coordination to set up law enforcement, again, in an ambush-style attack.
But anything that they physically are going to do for these facilities, since they're still operating, to protect them? There's still no barrier up or anything like that at this facility.
I would need to refer to my partners from ICE from that.
Yeah, so currently, we're looking at hardening some of our facilities. Also, I don't want to give away any operational security as to how we're going to be doing that.
But
there are plans to harden some of our facilities. Back there.
Robbie Owens, CBS News, Texas. Were the Young family immigrants?
Mr. Yan was not an immigrant. He was a United States citizen. He was here legally. I won't be going into the details on anybody other than Mr. Yan at this time. Ma'am.
You talked a little bit about the ICE agents, or the agents that were there at the location that helped him when shots were beginning to fire. Can you give us some more perspective on what the situation was with the detainees that were in the vans? Were they handcuffed? Were they shackled? Why weren't they able to get out of the vehicle by themselves?
Again, these were individuals that were detained by law enforcement. There were multiple transport vehicles at the facility at that time. Again, what I would stress at this point is under gunfire, multiple federal agents ran into that fire to remove these individuals and to attempt to render life-saving aid under the most dire circumstances.
Just for clarity, they were restrained.
They were being, the individuals in the vans were being strained. It's a proper procedure for transport. The individuals that are brave men and women that went out there to go help and rescue were the ones that were injured and could not leave the van on their own.
And we know that that's common because we've seen obviously transports before. So we just wanted clarity to understand why they weren't able to leave on their own.
The other individuals that were in the van were able to leave on their own. It was the ones that were injured were unable to exit the vehicle. Sir, you, yeah.
Have you guys gotten any cooperation from the suspect's family and this idea that the anti-government, federal government attitude were there? Have any family members expressed any signs that we knew that this was happening, or was this just all kept?
Back to you, sir.
As is common in these investigations of mass casualty incidents, we are going to interview everybody we can identify that might have information about the motivations or who might have information about the pre-planning or who may have assisted in this attack. I won't be outlining every interview we conducted today, but we will be doing a thorough investigation. And again, one of the reasons we ask for additional information for the public is if there are those out there that had contact with Jan, we would like to hear from them, and we would like to gain an understanding of what their relationship was. I won't be going into details about other aspects of the investigation.
Luke Larry on WFA. Can
Can you expand on why you believe that he acted alone here, and can you go into it all, any activity he may have had in online forums or communities that may have influenced his action?
So again, the totality of our investigation includes interviews, canvassing areas, collecting surveillance video. We're certainly looking at his digital footprint online as well as digital devices. I'm not going to outline the details from every one of those. Again, his own words called out that he committed this act alone, and all the evidence we have to date would indicate that that's accurate.
Alex with Fox 4 News. You mentioned that the ICE facility, I believe, is still an active crime scene. Can you talk about what will happen in the coming days with that facility? Are there detainees being held there? Have they all been taken away? Is it operational as an office?
It is going to remain an active crime scene for some time. Again, we will be there as long as it takes to make sure that we've captured every piece of physical evidence.
Emma Ruby with the Dallas Observer. You mentioned the one bullet that was found with kind of ideological writing on it. Have any of the bullets found around the scene had any writing on them, or is it just the one?
Again, active crime scene. We're still collecting physical evidence.
Jim Schultz with ABC News. Around the crime scene, when this car was actually being towed, there was some writings on that vehicle. Can you give us a sense about what those were and how they play into your investigation?
So the vehicle was searched as part of our investigation. I don't have additional details to share with you now about any writings, but certainly if we have updates, we'll provide those in the future. Ma'am.
Ashley Killer with CNN. Y'all mentioned that he used a ladder to position himself. Did he use the ladder to get on top of the roof, or is that where he?
Yeah,
Is that where his body was found?
He was found on top of a neighboring roof. We believe he used the ladder to access that roof. Sir.
Dave with Fox News Channel. Was suicide part of his plan all along, or was he cornered by law enforcement?
His handwritten notes indicate that he did not expect to survive this event. Sir.
Kevin Reese, WFAA. A personal question, if you would dare. Can you explain to people in this climate what it's like to be an ICE agent right now?
As I had said, the ICE officers that are out there right now, you've seen them in multiple times on the news. They're out there doing their job with courage and honor. Yes, there is a heightened sense of security for everybody, not only at work, but for their families, for their loved ones, mainly because of the doxing that's going on and the violent rhetoric that people have been perpetrating.
Mr. Charles, while you're up there, can I just follow up to that question and ask, of the agents that did respond on that day, or yesterday morning, can you tell us what they were wearing at the time? Because I know sometimes ICE agents do and don't have bulletproof gear on. Can you give us an idea of how they responded, what they had on them at the time?
So they're wearing their normal gear, and it was not only ICE agents; it was ATF agents also that went out there and heroically came out and under fire went to rescue those individuals.
Have you spoken to them?
I have spoken to one of them so far, but I haven't spoken to others. They're doing okay.
All right, we have time for one more question about the immigration status for those individuals who were injured. What's their immigration status going to, is it going to change? Maybe perhaps even those who were in the van, you.
The individuals that were in the van will be going through due process, and they'll go through the whole immigration proceeding. So I'm not going to go into what their status is currently.
And those who were injured?
Same thing.
All right, folks, we have time for one more question.
When
Tell us where the papers were found, Fairview or Oklahoma.
that one's for you.
So again, I'm not going to detail every aspect of the case. We did search his residence, and that is where we found the handwritten notes. And that's all the time we have for questions today. When we have more updates, we'll come back.
to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
Would you believe the media is still saying, oh, we don't know what the motive is. We don't know why this guy did what he did. Unreal. I think the most chilling part about that press conference was that he was using the actual app to track ICE agents. They're sitting ducks. Luckily, none of them were taken out. Unfortunately, one less deportation at this point, but whatever. I can't believe the media is acting like this. All right, so I understand President Trump is probably still going to come out and do executive orders. I'm not sure when, hopefully before I sign off here, but I've got a really interesting interview for you that I want you guys to check out. Well, that was a little bit chilling. I don't even know what to make of that, but I want to introduce you to somebody who can tell you more about that. Her name is Ellie Hirsch. She's a certified nutritionist, and she is a wellness coach, and she's here from Brightcore. Ellie, how are you doing this morning?
I'm good. How are you? Thanks for having me.
When I saw that video, it kind of like chilled me to the core because I'm like, what in the heck is this? Tell me, what did we just watch and what do you think about it?
That's a good question, Barry. My initial thought is, how creepy is that? I mean, if you look at it from a scientific perspective, I mean, it's just not scientifically realistic. Okay. And where are they getting all these organs from? I'd love to know. Is it human? Are they pigs? Is it plastic? I mean, because we know we could all use more plastic in the world, right? But, you know, I think when we talk about organ donation and organ transplants, I mean, the whole point of it is to treat ill health. It's not immortality. And there's no scientific evidence to say that, you know, if you're going to, you know, put it in me and put it in you. First of all, you can't do that. It has a shelf life, right? Organs have a shelf life. So the whole thing is creepy and odd. And do we really want to live to 150? I don't know. I mean,
no, 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 I don't, not at all. And
Yeah.
what's really creepy, and you just made me think of something, is you said, where are these organs coming from? I don't want to know. I don't want to know what some of these people have done or cooked up in a laboratory or have taken kids off the street. I don't want to know. That's too scary to even think. I mean, could you even imagine if they're harvesting and whew, that's some crazy
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah,
Crazy
the worst.
stuff.
Out of my mouth.
It's
Right. Are they
it's
harvesting?
yeah, it's like Frankenstein things, you know. I'm thinking of the Matrix, and there's big giant pods with people just there to be harvesting their organs. That's absolutely crazy. So what do you think about the 150 years you mentioned? What do you think about the global life expectancy and how it's now declining for the first time in 30 years?
Well, you know, we are aging faster than ever, okay? And the decline suggests that people are dying younger from preventable conditions rather than just old age. And back in 2014, the US life expectancy peaked at 78.8 years. And then, you know, throughout the next several years, it fell modestly. And then it started tumbling downward in 2020 and 2021. So it's, yeah, we are aging faster than ever, which is really scary. And that's what's happening in our world right now.
So what is or what are some of the causes of this decline? Obviously obesity, disease, but there's got to be more than that. What in heart conditions, what are some of the causes of the decline?
Well, there are really a lot of things that have contributed to this lower life expectancy. First, I want to talk about unhealthy diet. Okay. Americans are known for big portions. They're known for fast food, and that's it's not good. We all know that, right? This is not new news. Americans are eating more ultra processed foods, not enough whole foods. And there's a lot of poisons in our foods, right? We all know that. The FDA is allowing things like that to happen. And that's why, when I read what RFK Jr. is doing to take red dyes out and things like that, that makes me and the wellness community, the health community, the medical community really, really happy because first, it's education. And second of all, someone's got to do something about it.
This seems like a very easy question, but I've never contemplated until I just started seeing some of the stuff you're talking about in RFK Jr. And that question is, what exactly causes us to age? Wait, I mean, is it a clock that the Lord put on us or something? Why do we even age? What causes us to age?
So what happens is when you eat this unhealthy diet, right? So it leads to more chronic diseases at an earlier age, right? So heart disease, obesity, diabetes, and it's developing earlier. It's developing more often. There's so many chemicals in the air. Also, what happens is, pharmaceuticals are kind of pushing things on us. Levels of microplastics are rising, which is insane. Okay. Vaccines, which kind of leads me to COVID-19. Okay. So COVID-19, a lot of people like to blame this decrease in life expectancy on COVID-19. And yes, we did lose a lot of lives, but it's not it contributed to it, but it's not the cause of it. Because if that was the case, then we would have seen a bounce back. Plus, I mean, these numbers started in 2014 and COVID did not. So the last thing I want to just talk about, and then I'll answer your question, is drug overdoses. Really, really scary. And that's another thing that RFK Jr. is doing, which I'm really pleased about. So you can go to your local smoke shop, right? You probably don't, but kids are, right? And they're buying these vapes and things that have opiates in them. Literally, there's not even a question. It is an opiate. And so, people are dying from drug overdoses and things like that. And that's really, really, really sad and really scary. But when you talk about aging, it really starts on a cellular level. If we're going to get a bit scientific here, so it's natural cell metabolism. Our cells are going to age. That's just life, right? Your cells are going to be different from 20 to 80. There's nothing we can do about our cells aging, sort of. But things like inflammation and oxidative stress, it's actually speeding it up, which is not good. Okay. And so just so your audience understands what oxidative stress is, think of it like a car, right? It's like the cellular rust from not taking care of your body. It's those toxins we talked about. It's stress. It's poor diet. All those things make us age faster. And when our cells age, our tissues age, and our tissues really make up everything in our bodies inside and out. And they kind of tell us what's healthy and what's unhealthy. And that's why cellular health is tied to overall health. And, the goal is not to stop aging, right? We don't, like I said, and you agreed, we don't want to live to 150, right? Like that's just crazy. We don't want to stop aging, but we want to slow it down. And it's actually possible because how quickly our cells age affects how our body functions, our overall health. And that's my main focus when I'm consulting with clients, right? Like we're not trying to turn back the hands of time and, we're trying to slow it down and be healthy because that's what slows down age. And the food we put in our bodies, we talked about it a little while ago. It's organic. It's foods that are not just in a plastic bag or, over processed sugar, things like that. There's a tremendous amount of evidence, and we all know this, that what you put in your body directly affects your health, chronic diseases, right? Heart cancer, heart disease, cancer, obesity, all those things, the food we eat, it contributes to it. So that's one thing we can do, right, to kind of slow things down a little bit. The other thing is hydration, right? I mean, from the time you're a little kid, did you drink water? Did you drink water? Electrolytes, it really does make a difference. When you're hydrated, it impacts the healthy functions of your organs. Okay. So, and what's the biggest organ? Our skin. So, your health on the inside, what you're putting in your body and you're chugging that water, you're going to see it on your skin. You're going to be able to see that you're healthy on the inside. And exercise, and I know you like sports, right? You like to watch sports. Exercise is something that's going to help prevent a sedentary lifestyle. And when you're not working out, when you're not walking, taking care of yourself, obesity, joint problems, because as we age, those things are more prevalent. Do you like to walk, or what do you do for exercise?
I played football,
Okay.
obviously a long time ago, and I was a champion power lifter, and so my joints took a huge beating from being hit, from putting 800 pounds on my back, from bench pressing nearly 600 pounds, putting different kind of chemicals in my body back then to enhance performance. These were all the things that we did when we were younger. Now as I'm older, I'm like, oh, my knees hurt, and so and then sitting in front of a camera for 5 or 6 hours. About 6 months ago, I'm like, I need to do something because I'm feeling too much pain. I don't want to be that older guy who feels pain. And so we've got a pool, doing more swimming. And even here, like if I'm doing a show and President Trump is talking or something, where are they? I will jump up, and I've got bands that I use right here while he's talking. I forget where I put them, but I'll do different things. I'll get up, I'll walk around, and then of course I've got two little dogs, and we walk, and then I start going to the gym again, doing different kind of things. I'm not bench pressing 500 and 600 pounds. I'm not squatting. I'm doing more stretching and things of that nature. And then of course what you just mentioned, the most important part, eating better. I had Kim Bright from Brightcore come on one day. She said something, and ever since she said that to me, my wife has been shopping this way. She goes, when you go into the grocery store, shop the perimeter. And I was like, it was one of those things. I've interviewed so many people, it's made me sit back, and I went, what do you mean? She goes, well, all the stuff on the perimeter is the only stuff you should be eating. It's produce, it's meat, and everything in the aisles is all processed crap. And I hadn't thought about that. So yeah, it's been completely different to me. And it's funny because when Trump talks and he goes, want to make America great again, and other people on the other side say, when was America great? America was great when it didn't have all that stuff in the middle of the aisles. Our parents didn't shop like that. They went to the butcher shop. They went to the farmer's market. There wasn't all that, the cookies and creams and all that kind of stuff that are all processed full of sugar. Me, myself, I got bigger because of football, and then just gradually had to lose some of the weight. But now it's coming off finally, and I'm feeling better. And thanks to Kim for that advice on how to shop. It's definitely worked. So let me ask you a question. My audience is pretty familiar with this now because of Kim. But for those who don't know, what is kimchi?
It's interesting, and thank you for mentioning kimchi because it is magical. Okay. And some of your audience may know this already, but there was a study where kimchi was introduced to human cells in a test tube, and it slowed down the aging of the cells, which is really cool. And it slows it down on the cellular level. Okay. So it slows the aging of the tissue, which is a combination of the cells, which ultimately slows down the aging of the entire body. And so to simplify that, when you take care of your cells, your tissues stay young and your body stay younger. And kimchi is the king of fermented food. I mean, it is a staple in the Korean diet. That's why Koreans live 6 years longer than Americans, and they eat it every day, sometimes at every meal. And for those who are into skincare, you've heard of the Korean glass skin. I mean, if you look at their skin, they glow, right? I mean, their glow just radiates health and wellness. And it's like, I want some of that. And that gets me thinking about the gut skin axis connection, right? Between gut health and skin health. What you put in your body plays a bigger role than anything you can put topical on, cream, stuff like that. Your microbiome, right, is more than just inside your gut. It's everywhere. Okay. It's like your mini ecosystem, if you will. And the balance of good and bad bacteria determines the quality of your skin. And kimchi helps because it's full of probiotics. It has over 900 unique strains of bacteria, and it helps balance the good and the bad. And, when people think about health, Barry, they think about just the inside. But as a wellness coach, I like to focus on how the inside impacts the outside, how it's reflected, right? So we talked about the Korean glass skin and how it glows because they're treating themselves from the inside with kimchi. And most women do not talk about their age. It's like a no-no, right? It's taboo. But I am proud to talk about my age because I feel like when you take care of your skin, like going back to the exercise, I love exercising. I really do. I'm a Pilates gal. I love to walk my dogs. And exercising and eating well, you feel better mentally, right? It releases those endorphins and the serotonin, and you just feel like a better person. You just feel like centered, right? Like everything kind of falls into place. And I feel like my health is a reflection, my skin, of how I've taken care of myself all these years. And I don't feel 50. I'll be turning 50 next year, and I don't feel it. And that's fine. 50 is a number. Do you know what I mean? I may not do the same things I did when I was 20. I don't want to, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm happy where I am now. But have you ever seen the Barbie movie with Margot Robbie?
Yeah.
She's like beautiful, gorgeous, just always glowing. And obviously it's Hollywood, right? But fun fact, did you know that her skincare specialist had her eating kimchi as part of her
Wow.
diet to prepare for
Wow.
this? Because of the glow. And it also helps healing and reducing stress. So, the proof is right there. So it's kind of cool to know how kimchi, we're not just saying this, the science behind it really proves it. And, Margot Robbie eats it. So why not? So
Ellie,
that's
Ellie, I'm going to have to stop you for a second because
Sure.
over almost 60% of the people who watch our videos here are men. So you've been talking about the glowing skin and how you're
Yes.
feeling great. What about us? What about us guys?
I am so glad you asked. So I think often men get left out of that whole like skincare, aging, health and wellness, hair, but it's super important, right? Because everybody wants to take care of themselves, especially when they know what the benefits are. And so men should care about skin health, but actually I want to talk about hair health. Okay. So there was a study in 2020 involving both men and women who had androgenic alopecia, which is a fancy way of saying, the most common reason for hair loss. So they ate kimchi for a 4-month period. And some of those participants, actually after 1 month, they found amazing results, right? And they were looking for hair count and hair shaft thickness. So after the 4 months, 91% of women saw either hair count or hair shaft thickness or both. And the men, Barry, 96%. How powerful is that? There's so many things that kimchi's doing. So, the benefits are insane. So you want to look better, you want to feel better, you want to put some hair on your head and make it, because when you age, your hair is going to thin out. It's just part of life, right? And there's nothing wrong with it. Bald men are beautiful, right? There's nothing wrong with it. I'm not saying that. But when you are eating kimchi, those are the benefits that are going to happen, right? And kimchi is going to restore a lot of these things that age is going to take away from us. And it also helps people with losing weight and obesity and lowering body fat.
Why some people struggle with obesity. It was funny when I was playing ball, and after I got done, the doctor said, "Okay, you're never going to be a small person." They measured my wrist, and measured my bone density and all. You're never going to be small. And so, what you're going to have to do is change your diet. You have to change your behavior. You're not going to be 210 pounds. It's not going to happen. But you can feel better at a lesser weight just by changing your diet. So what is the primary reason most people struggle with obesity? Is it behavioral?
Yeah, obviously we all have genetics, right? Like you said, some people will never be a size 2, and that's okay, right? it's not a good or bad thing. Skinny people actually have strains of beneficial bacteria similar to kimchi. Obese people tend not to. And it's not always due to body fat that someone looks heavy or they have big bellies. Bloating, I don't know if you've dealt with that. It is so uncomfortable. Your waistline, it just feels like, ugh, the pants don't fit, your jeans don't fit. It's super depressing, right? And kimchi has been shown to significantly reduce bloating because it's better digestion and better regularity. It also helps balance that gut bacteria because it's rich in probiotics. It reduces body fat. And then when you reduce your body fat, your risk of certain health problems goes down, which is kind of what we want. The other thing is that kimchi helps to boost immunity. And guess what? 70 to 80% of our immune system is found in the gut. So it's really full circle. Everything is related, and kimchi helps with everything. And that's the really cool part of it.
So working with Kim at Brightcore and everything you guys are doing to let people know the benefits of kimchi, is this why you guys created Kimchi One? Please explain why you guys created Kimchi One.
Everything that we just talked about today, that's the reason why. We want people to feel better, to look better, to be healthy from the inside out. And we all know the benefits of kimchi. It is unbelievable. You can't deny it from the science. So we wanted to create a convenient capsule without the taste, without the odor, without the mess that you can consume daily, 3 times a day. We've taken out virtually all the sodium because store-bought kimchi actually has a ton of sodium. The other thing about kimchi I just wanted to mention real quick is that as we age, we get sicker faster, more often, right? And our immune system gets weaker. And I just talked about the immune system, right? With the gut health, again, kind of full circle. And these, antibacterial, antifungal, antiparasitic, all these things that kimchi has, it's going to help, hidden parasites, which is always gross to talk about, but it's a part of life. Stubborn funguses like candida. Kimchi has shown the power to battle all these evil microbials naturally and effectively. So that's why we wanted to create something where people could take advantage of it without having to consume so much of real kimchi, which I happen to love, but let's be honest, Americans don't love it. And the people that I've coached and recommended this product to, they've all said very similar things. And this is so cool. So they're telling me that their skin is glowing, but people are asking them, hey, what'd you do? Like, did you do something? Did you get a surgery? I mean, what are you doing about your skin? And there's nothing better than trying to get healthy and then somebody else recognize it and go, what are you doing? Wow, really? Like, okay, I feel better. But like I said before, inside reflected on the outside. Their hair is growing back thicker and shinier. They've dropped weight. They aren't bloated. They're not constipated. They feel better than ever. Their energy levels are higher. And, I'm very selective in the products that I recommend, but this one I recommend to virtually everyone because it is fantastic and it's just overall health.
You know how you have to take some things and it takes a long time for you to begin seeing some sort of results from it. When you recommend Kimchi One to people, what are your clients' experience when they start taking it? Right when they start taking it, can it make a difference that quick?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talked about the study before. It was a 4-month study with kimchi, but in 1 month, people saw results. I mean, Rome wasn't built in a day, right? Like, you're not going to take a pill today and wake up tomorrow and be like, well, I'm healthy, I'm good to go. It's a process, right? Because you're undoing all the things that you've been doing your whole life that has created aging faster. But yeah, it's pretty quick. That's what people report. It's very exciting, and we just want people to feel great. We want to spread awareness and great health, and because there is a way to slow down aging, right, on a cellular level, and that's so cool.
Yeah, and very much so. So everyone that's watching, Kim's been on the show before. It's worked very well for the people. They always put it in the chat how things are working for them when they start taking Kimchi One. So just wondering, Kim's not here, you're here. Can you speak on her behalf? What any special offer you can offer the Fanfare family today?
I would love to. So right now, if you go to mybrightcore.com/Barry, you can get 25% off your order of Kimchi One using that code Barry. Again, mybrightcore.com/Barry. Or you can call 888-418-6738 to get up to 50% off your order, plus free shipping. Just a reminder, this is all natural, non-GMO, 100% made in the USA. And the first 100 callers get a free bottle of vitamin D3. And again, that number is 888-418-6738. And aside from obviously getting up to 50%, I recommend calling because we love to talk to our customers. We want to take that journey with them. We want to answer questions. Our health experts are on the line waiting for you to call. And we want to make sure it's the right product for you. It's not just here you go. We want to share with you our knowledge and just follow you along in your health journey.
Well, Ellie, thank you. You've been a bundle of energy and information today. I appreciate your time, and tell Kim we said hello.
Will do. Thanks, Barry. Appreciate it.
All right. Bye-bye.
Back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
Okay, so we're still waiting for President Trump to come out and do the executive orders. I got a notification that says 4 o'clock, so I'll give him till like 4:05 before I shut down, maybe 4:15, and then hopefully he comes up. But I've checked around, everybody's waiting for President Trump to come on out. I'm going to show you something. You watched the Brightcore interview. Before that, you were listening to the press conference in Dallas after the ICE shooting. I'm going to show you something right now. It's going to be hard to believe. I mean, it's really going to be hard to understand that these people can be this obtuse. Listen.
To any specific group. One of the things that really stood out to me is how specific they were about the motivation and explaining the motivation of this attack, but very light on any other details. One detail that really stood out to me, Katie, was when they mentioned that the individuals who were injured were actually restrained inside the van. Yeah. They said that was normal procedure, but I can't help but think being restrained, not being able to run for cover. And then they also mentioned that ICE agents tried to help these individuals obviously get to safety because the shooter was shooting indiscriminately at the building and at the van where these individuals were located.
The horror of that moment, being restrained and not being able to protect yourself.
I understand. I'm not being cold. I'm not being callous. Nobody wants to see anybody lose their life. But they've shifted from we don't know the motive to the horror of the deportees having to hear this around them. What about the guys in uniform?
Absolutely. I mean, I can't even imagine the intense moment that they were going through at that point in time. The other thing that they mentioned is that this was a very highly planned.
It's sick. These people have a sickness. There's no wonder President Trump doesn't want to negotiate with these people. In addition, while we're waiting, Breaking, North Carolina Republican leaders are planning to redraw the state's congressional map for 2026 for the Republicans. Great, massive. This could flip North Carolina's first congressional district from blue to red. Do it. Just keep putting these people in a situation where they have to keep defending themselves. Earlier I spoke to you, thanks SB for this, earlier I spoke to you, and I saw the info. I'm see if I can find the information in terms of relative to it as well. It says YouTube torches Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes after promising more free speech. YouTube just axed Alex Jones hours after bragging to Congress about protecting free expression. A 2023 study says 68% of platform moderation favors politics over policy. Now, I had seen something, I don't know if I can find it quickly here, but they had responded and said, well, it's not a mistake, it's just a process. It's something we're going through. So a lot of people didn't understand what exactly has happened. I'm looking to see if I can find it pretty quick. But they are still banning people, but they said that it's because, okay, here it is. Okay, I found it. All right, so listen, this is what they said in their response to Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes and others being still booted. So we've seen some previously terminated creators try to start new channels. To clarify, our pilot program on terminations is not yet open. We're going to do it, it's just not ready yet. To clarify that, it's not open. It's still against our community guidelines for previously terminated users to use, possess, or create other channels, and will terminate new channels from previously terminated users in accordance with these guidelines. We'll have more to share on this soon. I'm sorry, y'all didn't say that yesterday. Y'all didn't say, we're working on it. It's a matter of progress. I'm glad I'm still using the right words or non-words by saying newcomers, because that might have been a serious bear trap that they set. I don't know. I'm looking at this here, SB. Thank you, SB, for these breaking news type things, because I can't access too much while we're waiting for President Trump. Maybe he'll come out any minute. If he doesn't, I'll shut down. Let me download this video. Hopefully it's weird because when you download these videos on the fly, you can never tell how they actually sound. So I don't know how it's going to sound, and I may have to do some editing or sweetening on the fly here, but I got this one for you. Hold on.
It's disturbing. It's disturbing. It's another attempt at infringing people's right to express themselves publicly.
Today, new fencing surrounds the Broadview Processing Center. A little further down the street, barriers were placed to block traffic. Broadview police officers also remain in the area. This comes days after clashes between protesters and federal agents. Agents used white smoke and pepper pellets to disperse crowds as protesters blocked the entrance of the driveway. The Department of Homeland Security says 16 protesters were arrested outside the Broadview Processing Center, including for assaulting law enforcement. In a statement in part, the Department of Homeland Security says today DHS is extending fencing surrounding U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement's Broadview Processing Center after rioters and sanctuary politicians obstructed law enforcement through tear gas cans, rocks, bottles, and fireworks, slashed tires of cars, and blocked the entrance of the building and trespassed on private property. Demonstrators have expressed concerns over Operation Midway Blitz and have called on ICE to stay out of their communities. The Trump administration says it's targeting undocumented immigrants with...
There's no such thing as undocumented. Can we just get that done? Unreal. It just keeps going. They just want to keep doing the same thing that they've been doing, and they're going to just keep protesting and everything else. Mike Johnson said the U.S. is being held hostage by the left. Democrats are holding the American government hostage in an attempt to give free health care to non-citizens. He's using a nice word, which was just outlawed by Congress. This isn't governing, it's putting, he uses the bad word, it's putting newcomers first and Americans last. And that's just where our government is at this point. It's a sad state of affairs. Sad state of affairs where everything is. I can't stand it. It's absolutely crazy. But yeah, it's same thing. So there was another big story. I'm trying to find it. I think who sent it to me? I think SV did. No, Ashley did. Here. This is a good one. This was from the Department of Energy. Hold on. I want to bring this to you guys. We can talk about this while we're waiting. 1 second here. Wait till you hear this kind of fraudulent stuff they've been doing.
I think President Trump nailed it right on, clearly, and in straight common sense language. Look, the UN climate hysteria has led to $5 trillion spent on wind, solar, batteries, and grid infrastructure to enable them to connect up to the grid. They've just hit 2.6% of global energy, and everywhere they've had meaningful penetration, you've had higher energy prices, higher electricity prices, higher energy prices overall. And as the president rightfully said, that's just move industries out of Germany and England and the United States and ship them all to China. Huge win for China, huge loss for American citizens, huge waste of $5 trillion. And it slowed energy access for people that want to live better lives. Like, can you name a bigger con job than that?
No.
Breaking news into the Fanfare news feed.
All right, so this one's really, really big, really big. So you guys know that there's a very hotly contested race for the New Jersey governor. You've got, what's the guy's name? I like him, Jack Ciatrelli, I believe his name is, against Mikey or Mickey Sherrill. And it's 43-43 right now. It's locked in. I hope we can get Jack on the show. But this just came in. Breaking. Scandal erupts in the New Jersey 2025 governor's race. Democrat Mikey or Mickey Sherrill was banned from walking with her Naval Academy class due to her participation in a massive cheating scandal that implicated over 130 midshipmen. Sherrill declined to allow the New Jersey Globe to inspect any disciplinary records from her time at the U.S. Naval Academy. Jack Ciatrelli says for 8 years, Mickey Sherrill has built her entire political brand around her time at the Naval Academy and in the Navy, all the while concealing her involvement in the scandal and her punishment. The people of New Jersey deserve complete and total transparency. Bad news for her. I'm going to have to disagree. Here's why I'm going to disagree. It's only bad news for people who want to follow the rules. The Democrats at this point, she could have had midgets in the closet and they don't care. They do not care. As long as it's a Democrat and especially not a MAGA-endorsed Republican, they don't care. We have to stop thinking that finding stuff in these people's closets is going to cause them not to be voted for. That's not going to work. Yes, okay, so she cheated at the Naval Academy. They don't care. You're going to have to get out there and push. So this story, as big as it is, and how in a normal situation it would probably bury a candidate, it is not going to do much against her, I wouldn't think, because they don't care. Sad state of affairs of where we are, I don't think it would matter one bit. SV posted it too. Let's see here. What's this? He posted it and said scandals breaking New Jersey race. I don't think it will. I don't think these people care at all. They don't like fairness. They're not going to stand by the rules. If they were going to stand by the rules, they'd already be standing by them. Crazy, absolute crazy. So what I'm going to do, if President Trump, he's already basically an hour late, so I'm going to cut here. I'm going to go to Super Chats, and then I'm going to see if I can't get ready for the later show, which there's a whole bunch of other news that we can bring. But I don't see him coming. There's nothing. Well, wait a second. They just activated the camera. I'm getting the coming soon message. So I will take some comments for a little while. This was something earlier as well. You guys know that President of Turkey was with President Trump in the Oval Office. This picture came out and says a nuclear deal has been signed between Turkey and the United States. Awesome. Awesome. I don't know what kind of deal it is, but that's awesome. And I'm looking over here. There's still, it looks like it says it might come. So we can go ahead and take some comments while we're waiting. Hold on. Let me just make sure. 1 second. Oh, I like this one. This one is from Trisha. Trisha says, Bear, I invested in Tesla when you started talking about it. Yesterday I sold it for $16,000 profit. What? You go, girl. You go. That's awesome. Cha-ching. Congratulations on that one. Wow. Gotta love that. Gotta love that. Oh, man. That warms my heart. Keep your enemies closer. Yeah, they have to cheat to win. So I don't think that's gonna change anything that they found out that she cheated. It'd probably make her stronger. It'd probably give her a badge of honor at this point. See, no more dirty money at the expense of the American people. Schumer and Hakeem. I agree with that. Please don't blame the leftists. They're just simply colorblind. What's this here? What you saying here? Nope, he hasn't come out yet. Still, I see when I do the feed stuff here. I can show you guys this. When I pull in the feeds, I get this kind of notification, and the notification is nope, it has not started. Now, before that, it would just be blank and say coming, but now it says has not started yet, which means it could come on at any second. So I have to let SV and everybody know, yeah, we might see something here. It looks like it. Do I have anything in here I can show you guys while we're waiting? I usually have some backup content. What do I have here? What's this? No, I think that's old. No, I can take comments. Who's Wayne Root? Wayne Root put out a great column today on liberal women being the very worst due to the jab. I don't know what happened to them. They have gone bat poop crazy, that's for sure. They like our money. Yeah. Don't remind me about Tesla. I sold too early. The same day as Elon bought 2 weeks ago. Well, at least you're in the game. Put it that way. You're in the game and you're actually trying. That's all you can do. I made a Reuben with my kimchi. That's very interesting. That's very interesting. Yep, that's what I need to tell people. Don't worry, essential services, you're gonna get paid. You're gonna get paid. She only cheated because her school told her early on that everyone wins. Everybody gets a trophy. The White House site says we will begin shortly. All right, so it's coming. We just have to wait. Which White House site? White House .gov? Or oh, I see it too. There we go. Yep. I got it. Yeah, so it's coming. It's coming. It's coming. Once they put up their notice, everybody else knows it's coming. So hold on. It is. Here, I'll put it so you guys can see in mine. The live event has not started as of yet, and that way you guys can see it. Truly, don't think you can understand what's going on in New Jersey and the other blue states. The shift is real. I hope so. I really do hope so. I at this point, I see what the Democrats have done. I see how they stick together, and I hope you're right. I hope I don't know. I hope they do something different up there. Let's see here. Was looking at the different comments. Ruben. So it would not be grounds for disqualification. How can known corruption be qualified for holding state or federal office? Good question. But they won't. They won't do it. Only the Republicans seem to kick other people off their you can't be here. What's the guy's name that they booted out? Unreal. Let's see here. Why don't these communist protesters take in newcomers or move to China since they don't believe in a constitution? Exactly. That's a comment I've always wondered myself. Why is it that you want us to have to change instead of going to someplace where they're already doing it? Because they don't know what the hell they're talking about. That's why. It's coming. It's coming. Everybody's warming up. The fat lady's warming up. YouTube, excuses, excuses, excuses. I wonder what Jim Gordon and Google will say about this. I don't know. They aren't but a handful of Democrats left. The rest are demon rats. Good point. Good point. I wouldn't be surprised if Elon becomes the first trillionaire. I don't think he's too far off. Not too far off at all. They sound just as bad as the liberals in my country. What country is that? Would love to hear that. Where was that? Wait a second. Sean, hey Sean. Cheryl made $7 million, and when questioned, she refused to answer how she made it. Well, see, that goes back to what the other gentleman was saying, or lady. Like, how can you be so corrupt and still run? How is she still in the race? The other person said, hey, listen, Barry, things are changing. Well, how is she still in the race? I don't know. I have no idea. All they want is power on their turn. Barry, I'm going to try kimchi. I'm 62 and a former football player and coach. I just tore my meniscus Monday. Oh, my goodness. You need to talk to SV because he just got his replaced. I tore mine in 1985. I tore my meniscus, my medial meniscus. And by the way, if you're going to be eating kimchi, make sure you can, I don't know, if you take the pill, excuse me, it's different, but excuse me, but if you actually eat it, it's very spicy. It can be very spicy. Just be ready. The cooked version can be spicy. Who is Cheryl? Cheryl is, I think her name is Mikey or Mickey or whatever. Mikey Cheryl from New Jersey, and she's running to be the new governor. We were just talking about it in case you just got here. This is what's been going on. Scandal is rocking New Jersey governor race. Mikey Cheryl is under fire after reports she was banned from walking with the Naval Academy class over a massive cheating scandal involving more than 130 midshipmen. And however, she has refused to let reporters review any disciplinary records from her time at the academy, fueling speculation about what she's hiding. Yeah, she cheated. Republican Jack Chattarelli says Cheryl built her career on a Navy image while concealing her punishment, demanding total transparency for New Jersey voters. So if you're up in New Jersey, it might be time for you to jump on this story and let people know, because I cannot even believe what's been going on. SB sent me another thing here. Top Trump DOJ officials are pushing to criminally charge John Bolton as soon as this week. Do it. It's time that the criminal charges flow for Bolton and James Comey. All right, so for what we've heard in the last, 24 to 48 hours, we've heard that Big Letty, Letitia James, she might be getting charged. We've heard that Comey might be getting charged. But now we're hearing Bolton might be getting charged. I want to show you something. I don't know if we can have time to bring it up, but one of the feed services I work with actually has a camera set up outside of. Hold on one second. Let me bring it in. They actually have a camera set up outside of the courthouse where the grand jury is, hoping to see if somebody from Pam's team walks in there. Here, listen, let me bring it in real quick. I hadn't planned on using this, but we have some time here. You can see they're camped out outside just waiting for it, just waiting that we might hear somebody or see somebody come out with an indictment. So they wouldn't be camped out there if they didn't think something was about to happen. So that's very interesting to me. And then, who knows? We may be seeing some charges happening soon. Don't know. But they're parked right there. There's a camera from the AP just focused on the door, waiting to see if somebody comes out. So I'm pretty sure that something is happening. What do we got here? Uh-oh. They may be coming out of there in a second. Maybe that's why they're watching. Hold on, let me bring this down and show you this while we're waiting. Maybe that's why Trump is late. Uh-oh. This might be it, folks. Don't know. Don't want to get my hopes up. Wait 1 second. Let me bring these two videos in here. I've got two here. Hold on. Hold on. They're freaking out. They are freaking out.
Good afternoon, Alicia. Yeah, we believe that the U.S. Attorney, Lindsay Halligan, is moving forward with the case, despite that memo that she received recommending that she not do so. And again, that memo said that not only do these lawyers think they can't win the case and convince a jury beyond a reasonable doubt that James Comey is guilty of lying to Congress, they don't even believe there's probable cause, which is the lower standard by which you obtain an indictment. Although the Justice Department rules, the ethical rules, say that a prosecutor should believe they could win a conviction if they even seek an indictment. But we think they're moving forward. We believe the grand jury is sitting today. They may be presenting to the grand jury today. We're waiting to see what happens here. And look, I mean, you laid it out really well. There was a saying in Stalinist Russia, find me the man and I'll show you the crime. And that looks like what's happening here. I mean, this was James Comey and his conduct in the Russia investigation was scrutinized by a different Trump-appointed prosecutor, John Durham, the special counsel, who looked at everything and didn't charge Comey, or very few other people actually, didn't even criticize Comey in terms of his candor to Congress in his final report. And this issue with the divergence between Comey's account and McCabe's account on this particular leak to the Wall Street Journal, this has been around for years. 5 years ago, actually, is when he delivered that testimony. That's why the statute of limitations lapses early next week. Just because there's a disagreement over what happened, that doesn't make it perjury. In order to make a perjury charge, you have to show evidence that James Comey intended to deceive Congress, that he knew he was lying.
So if you guys know who this guy is, Ken Dilanian is like the mouthpiece for everything deep state. He's not reporting news. He's reporting opinion. He's reporting an idea, trying to get people to understand this shouldn't happen. We don't do this in a civilized society. But listen to me, because you have to forget everything that's happened for the last couple of years. Ken Dilanian is straight on deep state.
That he had criminal intent. And I'm not aware of any evidence of that. And it appears that career prosecutors inside the Eastern District of Virginia didn't think there was enough evidence of that either. But, of course, Donald Trump has been pushing Pam Bondi. He did it publicly on Truth Social to indict not only James Comey, but Letitia James, the New York Attorney General, and Adam Schiff, the senator from California. And it looks like the machinery of justice is doing his bidding. And that is a place we have not been before as a country, particularly since Watergate. But even
what? No, we've never been here before, except, President Trump is on here. Let me bring it on. It looks like he's coming on right now. Okay, hold on.
Well, thank you very much. We've had some very, really good talks today on Gaza with both the Middle East representatives and kings and all of the top leaders in the Middle East. And we had also a very good conversation with Bibi Netanyahu, trying to get the hostages back, and we're trying to get the end of the Gaza situation through and kings and all of the top leaders in the Middle East, and we had also a very good conversation with Bibi Netanyahu, trying to get the hostages back, and we're trying to get the end of the Gaza situation. It's really bad, very bad. And we think it could happen. Maybe it could happen pretty soon. We want the hostages back. We want the bodies back. And we want to have peace in that region. So we had some very good talks. As you know, I had President Erdogan here of Turkey, and we had a great meeting today. I think we had a meeting that was very conclusive in so many different things that we wanted, things that he wanted, and that was good. We'll be announcing that sometime later, and he'll be making an announcement too. But we had a great meeting with Turkey and their very respected president, and spent time. We had lunch, and we had a lot of good discussions. So those two things, and we have some executive orders today to sign that are very important for the country. And we'll start off with one that's a proclamation. And yes, sir. Want to do that, Will?
Yes, sir. So today is Gold Star Mothers and Families Day. This is an annual proclamation. This is to commemorate the fallen, those who have died for all of our freedoms and for our country, and for their families who have suffered such grievous losses. But this is a proclamation commemorating Gold Star Mothers and Gold Star families.
Yeah, and they're great people, incredible people. What they've had to go through. Very few people could have gone through this kind of thing. Gold Star. Okay, thank you very much. I'll put it over here, Steve.
Next, sir, we have an executive order on TikTok. From the first days of your administration, you've charged a team from your administration, led by Vice President Vance, with ensuring that we can preserve TikTok as a platform for the 170 million Americans who use it, while ensuring that their data is properly protected as required by law. With this executive order, you will be effectively bringing into effect the agreement that will save TikTok and ensure that it can operate safely and securely.
So this is interesting because I had a very good talk with President Xi. A lot of respect for him. Hopefully he has a lot of respect for me too. And we talked about TikTok and other things, but we talked about TikTok, and he gave us the go-ahead. You know, it's run by American investors and American companies, great ones, great investors, the biggest. You don't get bigger, I don't imagine. And maybe I'll have JD. JD was very much involved and in charge of it. And maybe I'll have you say a few words about the deal. He would report back, and the points of the deal, I think, are great for our country. So, JD, do you want to give it a little talk, please?
Yes, sir. Yeah. So thank you, sir, for your leadership and for your help. We really couldn't have done this without the president actually ushering this deal over the finish line. There was some resistance on the Chinese side, but the fundamental thing that we wanted to accomplish is that we wanted to keep TikTok operating, but we also wanted to make sure that we protected Americans' data privacy as required by law, both because it's the right thing to do, but also because it's a legal requirement of the law that was passed last year by Congress. So we think that we were able to do that. Of course, we're going to keep on working at it, but this deal really does mean that Americans can use TikTok, but actually use it with more confidence than they had in the past, because their data is going to be secure and it's not going to be used as a propaganda weapon against our fellow citizens. We're very excited about it. We appreciate the cooperation of everybody involved, and it's a big day.
And I think I can say that especially the young people, they really wanted this to happen. They did not want to have TikTok close. And I got, a little used to TikTok. I used it myself during the campaign, and it was very successful because you know how I did with the young voter. And Charlie helped me a lot too. And he said to me, you should go on TikTok. And it actually had, because we got record votes with the young voter, as you know, for the election. So I was a little bit prejudiced in that way toward TikTok. It was very good and very meaningful. But we have American investors taking it over, running it, highly sophisticated, including Larry Ellison. And Oracle, I guess, is going to play a very big role in terms of security, safety, and everything else. So we have very good controls. And literally, I would get a call from friends of mine who were fathers of young people saying, could you do me a favor? Could you get it approved, please? My son is driving me crazy. So we're getting it done, and they have a big audience, and we have great American investors. And here's your final copy. TikTok. maybe if you want, we could take a couple of questions on TikTok, and then we're going to get onto something completely different. Okay? Yeah.
Mr. President,
Jeff?
Mr. Vice President, you mentioned that China was resistant. Can you describe where China is now? Are they fully on board with this?
They're
or
on
is there
board.
anything more
I spoke with President Xi. We had a good talk. I told him what we were doing, and he said, go ahead with it.
On the algorithm, it's still being leased coming from China. Are you satisfied that there's no security concerns? For
Yeah, I am. I really am.
It would push disruptive.
The biggest reason is that it's owned by Americans, and very sophisticated Americans, and people that love the country, and very smart Americans too. So they don't want anything like that to happen. Yes, please.
Thank you. Is there any operational relationship with Chinese entities or staff to execute the deal?
With who?
With the Chinese?
I don't think so. Not that I know. No, we're going to be. This is going to be American operated all the way, and great respect for President Xi, and I very much appreciate that he approved the deal, because to get it done properly, we really needed the support of China and the approval of China. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. President, now that Americans will have operational control, do you want to see the algorithm suggest more MAGA-related content prioritized?
I always like MAGA-related. If I could, I'd make it 100% MAGA-related. It's actually a good question, but I would, yeah, if I could make it 100% MAGA, I would, but it's not going to work out that way, unfortunately. No, everyone's going to be treated fairly. Every group, every philosophy, every policy will be treated very fairly. Thank you.
Mr. President, do you know the valuation? Do you know the American company is going to be valued in the billions?
Well, they valued it very highly. They're paying a big number. Do you want to talk, Scott? Do you want to say something about value?
Well, I'll let the Vice President, and then I can follow up.
And you'll say something.
Sure. Well, first of all, I would say all credit goes to the Secretary of the Treasury. Couldn't have got it done without Scott. Also couldn't have got it done without Sean Cooksey on my team, so thanks to them. The company will be valued around $14 billion. We actually think this is a good deal for investors, but ultimately the investors are going to make the determination about what they want to invest in and what they think is a proper value. The most important thing is that it does protect Americans' data security. It ensures TikTok is still accessible. And on this question of the algorithm, which we've heard this a lot, what this deal ensures is that the American entity and the American investors will actually control the algorithm. We don't want this used as a propaganda tool by any foreign government. We want to make sure that our people and our investors actually make these decisions based on what's good for their business as opposed to what's good for another government's propaganda arm. So that's what we've done with this deal. I think it's very good for the American people. And as the president said, young people love this. We actually want everybody to access this, whether they're MAGA or not. We just want it to be fair. We want it to be fair to everybody, and we think that's what's going to happen with this new arrangement.
Well, the U.S. government...
And just to follow up on the Vice President, there were two pieces to the transaction. The Vice President's office has worked since the spring for the commercial transaction between the investor groups, and then Treasury and a group including the Vice President's office were in Madrid 2 weeks ago to negotiate with the Chinese, and it was a result of President Trump's close relationship with Party Chair Xi that we were able to get this across the line. We created a framework for Party Chair Xi to agree, and then on the leaders' call, Xi and President Trump discussed the final arrangement. So it was 1-2. And that was the final piece.
Will the U.S. government get any kind of annual payment as a result of this deal?
Taxes. It's going to make money, and we're going to get a lot of money in taxes. And you know, China wanted to see this go. This is a great legacy for China, too. I thought President Xi was great in terms of his approval. We probably could have done it a different way, but it wouldn't have been the same. Wouldn't have been the same security at all, but I appreciated that he approved it.
So aside from taxes, there's no part of the deal that is like a payment to the U.S. government?
Well, we're going to be announcing different things, but the U.S. comes out great. And I think China comes out great because they're going to have a very important legacy. And they have many other deals. You know, they have deals with us, and they have deals in here in this country. And, you know, they want to be treated fairly also.
So, Mr. President and Mr. Vice President, the U.S. company could change the algorithm to push different content? Is that?
The U.S. company will have control over how the algorithm pushes content to users, and that was a very important part of it. We thought it was necessary for the national security element of the law. We also just think it's important to protect American users. Again, we want users to use this platform the way they want to. We want the business to make decisions about content based on the interests of the business and based on the interests of the users, and that's what we think will happen with this new arrangement.
And they're paying a lot of money, and I think hopefully it's going to be a great deal. They're very sophisticated people. You'll see a list. Have you seen a list yet of the people? Well, you've been reading about it. It's. I know Michael Dell's involved, and Rupert Murdoch's involved, and a lot of. And let's see, we have probably 4 or 5 absolutely world-class investors that love the country, and they made a lot of money with the country, and many of them are in a somewhat related business, so it works out pretty well. And they're going to be very careful about all of these questions that you've been asking.
Who else beyond Dell and Murdoch?
Well, it's a blue chip group of investors, and we'll be announcing more about who exactly is involved in the deal in the days to come.
Oracle's playing a very big part.
That's right, sir.
And Oracle really understands this. And I think they're actually, and they've been involved for quite a while running it for the people, the previous people. And so it's really, I think it's going to be very well protected. Very, very prestigious deal, actually.
On that point, Mr. President, as the President said, Oracle has actually had a role in housing the data for a long time, even when the entity was controlled by the ByteDance organization in China. So Oracle had a pretty interesting perspective on what was necessary to actually create true data privacy protections for Americans. They were a very important part of getting this thing done.
Mr. President, you told us a couple of weeks ago you thought that the security concerns were overrated, but were there legitimate concerns when it comes to safety?
From my standpoint, no, because the people that own it are, they're not China-centric, they're USA-centric, and they're very smart people. I guess you could say it about everything. Everything is what's secure nowadays. Things that you think are totally secure turn out to not to be. But I think in this case, it's going to be as secure as you can be because of the ownership and the people. And they have a big investment. It's to their advantage to make sure it's good and safe. Yeah. Anybody else? Do you have a question? No, behind you.
Well, I just want to say, do you think this move and getting this deal done, Mr. President, do you think this honors the legacy like Charlie Kirk? You mentioned that he specifically pushed you to get involved with TikTok in your campaign and helped you win young voters. Do you think this deal honors him?
Well, I think it's a good thing. It's a good sign. We're doing very well, as you know, with the trade deals. We're doing very well with China, and a lot of them. We were never treated properly. We were for 4 years, actually, but we were never treated very properly by other countries, and we're doing well. We've never done this well. We have, because of the tariffs that are coming in, the deals that are being made, $950 billion in one case, $950 billion, where previously they paid nothing. We have, as you know, in Japan it's $550 billion, South Korea's $350 billion. That's up front. And one of the things I can say, I announced it lightly before, but we're taking in tremendous amounts of money with tariffs. We've never seen anything like it. No country's ever seen anything like it. I'm going to devote a little bit of that money, a little bit of the tariff money to our farmers. Our farmers have been incredible. They're the ones that let us survive and eat and enjoy our lives, right? Eat too much, maybe in some cases, like mine. But I will tell you, we're going to take some of the tariff money, relatively small amount, but a lot for the farmers. And we're going to help the farmers out a little bit because during this transition period, a period where we're taking in incredible amounts of money, we'll have a little bit of a shortfall with the farmers until the tariffs kick in because they haven't kicked in for the farmers yet. And I decided before, and I spoke to all of the people here, that I want to make a contribution out of the tariff money, a small percentage of it, but it's a lot for the farmers. It'll make the farmers feel very good, just help them through the transition. And ultimately, they're going to be making a fortune. They will be one of the top in the whole world in terms of percentage gotten from the tariffs we're taking in. But we have so much coming in; it's a very small thing. But I want to, in fact, just get the word out to the farmer because they'll be struggling until the transition is complete. Then after that, they're going to do, I think, better than they've ever done before. Last time I said, get yourself a larger tractor and more land. And that was when they were doing very poorly. And they ended up doing that, and they did very well. That was with the deal we made with China. Unfortunately, Biden forgot about the deal, and he never enforced. I enforced it till the end, and China was very honorable. But when Biden came in, he didn't enforce it. So when you don't enforce a deal, they don't do it. So it was terrible. Biden was very bad to the farmers of our country. So we're going to be doing that. It's an honor to do it, too. Brian, did you have a question?
Yeah, I'm just going to say, what's your message to the millions of small businesses here in the U.S. that really rely on TikTok to reach their end user and to market their service and their product?
Well, thank you for that question, because honestly, we were getting hit up. They use it for virtual advertising, and they pay very little for it and nothing for it. And small businesses have become very successful because of TikTok. And we didn't think of that, when everyone's saying, oh, TikTok and this and that. But over the last 6 months, I was called by so many people saying they're going to go out of business if they can't, because they use it virtually as a advertising tool. And without it, they wouldn't have anything. They wouldn't be able to get the word out about their good product or whatever it is they're selling. So it's a very important thing for small business. It's another reason I wanted to do the deal so badly. So let's go to another subject now, if we might, okay? And Will, please.
Ask you about farmers. About the farmers.
Yes, go ahead.
What does that look like? Is that going to be direct checks to farmers, or is it going to be
well, we haven't
taxes?
decided that. We'll be dealing with Brooke later, and your Secretary of Agriculture, and we'll figure out how to get money to the farmers. And again, this comes out of the large amount, hundreds of billions of dollars of tariff money that's pouring into the country. The tariffs, remember when I said a long time ago, I said it's the greatest word, it's my favorite word in the world. Then I had to say, I was forced to say other things, and of course, rightfully so. Love, family, religion. So I think I put tariff number 5. I was forced because the fake news did a big number on me. It's one of those little, but let's say it's my 5th favorite word, the word tariff. But it's making our country very rich. And when our country is rich, I'm able to help the farmers, and I'm able to help even other countries that are in trouble, But we're able to help people that are in trouble. Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security. It's all a benefit of this tremendous amount. And I heard numbers coming in today, Scott, where the numbers were very high, right?
The economic numbers were off the charts, sir.
Unfortunately, right? Because this is the only country in the world where you announce great numbers and the stock market goes down. Because when you announce great numbers, they immediately want to take that success away by raising the interest rates. Why can't you announce great numbers and let them lower the interest rate so you can make numbers? This is the only country in the world. I don't know if you heard. Could you just tell them what the number was? And how
it was 3.88% growth, the biggest in years. And the important thing is the president says this is going to be non-inflationary growth, just like it was in his first term. So strong growth, low inflation, real wage gains. And to the question on small business optimism under President Trump last week hit a multi-year high. So small businesses, Main Street is back under President Trump.
But isn't it crazy? So I saw the market was down a little bit today. I mean, in all fairness, I don't feel guilty because we've set every record you can imagine. But it was down, and I say, oh, the numbers must be good. Meaning the growth numbers are phenomenal. And again, this is during, but a little bit of the heavy, the really success and the money pouring into our country through the tariffs. And I just say, why can't we have great numbers and lower the interest rates so we have even greater numbers? So people were saying, oh, the numbers are so good, they're going to have to raise interest rates. That doesn't have to happen. And there's no inflation. We have really, the only thing we have is great success. We're having unbelievable success. So the numbers are much higher than anticipated, except for by me and Scott and some of the other people. And they'll get a lot higher than that, too. But I don't want to, every time we have good numbers, say, let's take all the juice out by raising interest rates. It's so backwards. It's so backwards.
Mr. President, they don't appreciate the importance of the third leg of your stool, because trade, taxes, and deregulation allows for significant upside growth without inflation. So eventually the people at the Fed will be able to focus on this like Alan Greenspan did in the 90s. You can have strong growth and low inflation, and I think we can get the stock market up, Wall Street, Main Street, both doing well.
And we want low interest rates. There's no reason that every time we announce these record numbers, these numbers are way above projections by, all the great geniuses out there. And I knew this was going to happen. So they had 71 different people, and only 2 got it right. Me and another gentleman from, I think, my wonderful Wharton School of Finance, actually. So anyway, but I really want you to look at that. Every time we have good numbers, they say this is a good time because they're guarding against inflation that may happen in 2 years from now. We have to change. We have to change our thinking. We should be rewarded for good numbers, not penalized.
So, Mr. President, is that 3.8? Is that the start of a 3% growth for the entire year?
The number was projected at 2, because we're in a little bit of a transition period, but that transition period's ending faster than we thought on tariffs. The money coming in is much greater than people thought, and there's no inflation, essentially. There's no inflation. We just went through the worst inflation in the history of our country under sleepy Joe Biden. He was sleeping, and the inflation was really bad, worst ever. They say 48 years, I'll take that too, but I think it was probably the worst inflation we ever had because of spending and energy going through the roof and everything else. By the way, energy is way down. And you're going to really be impressed when you hear what happened today with President Erdogan of Turkey. I think it's great for both countries. I think it's great. We have great relationships with a lot of countries. And you may be even more happy when you find out, because we spoke with Bibi Netanyahu today, and we spoke to all the leaders in the Middle East who are great people, and we're getting pretty close to having a deal on Gaza and maybe even peace, which would be the first time in about, 2,000 years, I think? In the region, I'd say the first in, Steve, what would you say, first in 2,000 years, or maybe 1,000?
2 millennium.
It's a long time. Yeah, go ahead.
Did Erdogan agree to stop buying Russian oil? Did he?
I don't want to say that, but if I want him to, he will, yeah.
But he didn't make that assurance.
Well, I didn't say, okay, you stop, but I believe you. I believe he will stop it, yeah.
Did you make a deal?
You know why? Because he can buy from a lot of other people. He can buy from a lot of other people. You know who really can't is Hungary. Hungary's got, they're landlocked, and they don't have a nice ocean where ships can sail in from all over the world. They have one pipeline coming. Because I spoke with, he's a great guy, he's a great friend of mine, but, that's a harder word for that. And Slovakia, too. They're sort of married to one pipeline. So I just don't want to have people go blaming them when, we spoke to them at length today, and it seems like that, for them it's a little, but that's not, Turkey has a lot of options. He's a great president, a very smart man, and he's going to take, he's going to do what's right. But we had a very good conversation having to do with the purchase of military equipment, etc. Any other questions?
Did you make a deal on F-35s, Mr. President?
I will be able to easily if I want. So we may do that, yeah.
But not yet.
Well, it depends. He's going to do something for us, yeah. Please.
Is the U.S. going to lift sanctions on Turkey?
Can I ask you, we're a few days away.
By the way, here we go with this guy. Go ahead, let's go. Let's hear the question.
We're a few days away from the end of the fiscal year and a potential shutdown.
Right.
There going to be a government shutdown?
Could be, yeah, because the Democrats are crazed. They don't know what they're doing. They want to have the border opened up so that criminals can pour in. We're doing unbelievable borders closed, and people are coming into our country legally. They continue to want to have men and women sports. They continue to want to have transgender for everyone. They want to raise everybody's taxes at a number that's not sustainable. It's the only time in the world I've ever seen a party that wants to raise taxes. I grew up in a family where I'd watch politics, and I always liked it from the time I was very young, but I'd always see politicians say, we will lower your taxes. These guys, they campaign on raising your taxes, but they want to raise taxes very substantially.
The one thing they're concerned about, look, Republicans have total control of Washington. You guys have control of the House, the Senate, there's you.
Well, when you say control, so We need 60 votes for this, and we have 53 Republicans, so we need 7 Democrats.
And those 7 Democrats and others are asking for an extension of a tax credit on people who get the Affordable Care Act and some other government-backed health care. So are you willing to negotiate
Well,
on
what
that
they're
issue?
really asking for is they want to pay for illegal aliens that have come into our country by the millions and get onto the rolls, and they want to pay. And our people don't want to do that. Our people are taxed enough. You know, we just approved the largest tax decrease ever in the history of our country, including the extension of the previous Trump tax cuts. The tax cuts that we just approved, they want to use those tax cuts to give the money to illegal aliens, people that came into our country illegally and that are leaving the country. You know, there's been a self-deportation because of what we've been doing that's been incredible. Okay, yeah, please.
Secretary Hexer is inviting military leaders from all around the country on Tuesday. Will you also be there?
From all around the country to what?
To Virginia.
He's inviting the generals and admirals to Virginia for a big meeting. They're not sure why.
Well, I know. I love it. I mean, I think it's great. Let them be friendly. Let them be friendly with the generals and admirals from all over the world. Why is there something? No, but is there something wrong with it?
And what is it about? Will you be there personally as well? And what is it about?
Well, I'll be there if they want me, but why is that such a big deal? I mean, the fact that we're getting along with the generals and admirals from all. Remember, I'm the president of peace. It's good to get along. It's good. You act like this is a bad thing. Isn't it nice that people are coming from all over the world to be with us?
It's not particularly unusual that generals who report to the Secretary of War and then to the President of the United States are coming to speak with the Secretary of War. It's actually not unusual at all, and I think it's odd that you guys have made it into such a big story.
Is it a big story? I mean,
I don't think it is, sir.
I would think it's no, but isn't it a good story? I mean, you know, we're respected from all over the world as a military force. You know, I rebuilt the military during my first term, and even though we gave a chunk of it away to Afghanistan. But we're talking Afghanistan too, by the way, about Bagram and about that. But that's a very small amount compared to what we rebuilt it by. But I rebuilt the military, and we're very respected. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world without question. We have the greatest equipment in the world. We're selling the equipment to other countries. And a lot of generals want to be here and they want to look at they're also going to be touring equipment sites. They're going to be talking about the newest weapons, et cetera, et cetera. But I think it's great when generals and top people want to come to the United States to be with our now called Secretary of War. Does everybody like the name? I do.
You said something really interesting this week about Ukraine, that you thought Ukraine could get back all the territory that Russia had taken.
Yeah, they have a shot at it because Russia.
What prompted you to change your thoughts on that?
Well, because I've been watching the way what Russia's been doing. I'm very dissatisfied with what Russia's doing and what President Putin is doing. I haven't liked it at all. He's killing people for no reason whatsoever. And they are doing very poorly, considering they have put it all out on the line. Their economy is going to hell. They're bombing the hell out of everything, and they're picking up a very little territory, if any. In fact, they're losing some territory. So I think it's been very bad for the reputation of Russia. This war should have been over. If this were our war, we would have had it over in 1 week. And they're getting into fourth year, Jeff. They're getting into the fourth year now. 4 years of fighting, and you see what they've taken. In the last month, they've taken very little, and you've been reporting on all the bombing, all the drones all over the place. 900 drones coming into certain areas like Kiev in one night. And with all of that work, they've taken over very little. So now I'm very disappointed in President Putin. I thought I solved 7 wars. In fact, we have a great leader coming. We have the Prime Minister of Pakistan coming and the Field Marshal. Pakistan Field Marshal is a very great guy, and so is the Prime Minister, both. And they're coming, and they may be in this room right now. I don't know, because we're late. And I said maybe they'd like to join they actually may be somewhere in the beautiful Oval Office. Yeah, please, behind you.
On Gaza, did you promise leaders this week that you would not allow Israel to annex the West Bank? Is that something that you
I will not allow Israel to annex the West Bank. No, I will not allow it. It's not going to happen.
Did you speak with Netanyahu about this directly?
Yeah, but I'm not going to allow it. Whether I spoke to him or not, I did. But I'm not allowing Israel to annex the West Bank. There's been enough. It's time to stop now, okay? Yes, please.
Jasmine Crockett recently.
Jasmine Crockett. Remember what I said? Is she a relation to the late, great Davy Crockett? I don't think so. Jasmine Crockett, let me tell you, before you even ask, she's a very low IQ person. I mean, if we ever had to pass an aptitude test, that's the one should take one because she shouldn't even be in the crowd. So I have no idea what you're going to, but I don't think we should waste our time. This is a low IQ person who I can't even believe is a congressperson. Between her and Ilhan Omar and the group. You know, I met the head of Somalia. Did you know that? And I suggested that maybe he'd like to take her back, and he didn't want her. He said, "I don't want her." Okay, what else? Go ahead. Let's hear what Crockett said. Go ahead.
She compared ICE raids to slave patrol. I want to ask you.
To slave?
To slave patrol. I want to ask you if you think that there should be consequences for members of Congress who make these types of comparisons or use this type of language.
Well, I think she's gone over the line, and I think a lot of the people. Look, the Democrats have become radical left lunatics. They have policies that nobody's going to buy. And, I see what's going on in New York. We're going to have perhaps a communist mayor because it's split up. You know, if the people would get together and have one candidate, they'd have, I think, a pretty good chance. But it looks like maybe they're not going to do that. But we're going to end up with a communist mayor. It's not even believable, my beautiful New York. When I left New York to become president, it was a great place. But it was the beginning of bad things because we had de Blasio had just started as mayor. And I said, this guy's this guy's a real nut job. Went to Harvard to teach management. Can you believe it? He went to Harvard to teach city management along with the mayor of Chicago, who went to Harvard to teach. The two of them are teaching how to manage a city manage it into hell is what they do. But that was the beginning, and now we're going to go a step further. Now we're going with the communists. Can I be honest? I think it's the greatest thing to ever happen to the Republican Party. I really do. I think if a communist takes over New York City, I think that's a gift to the Republican Party. It's sad for New York, but it's a gift. And New York will recover because sometimes you need a shock like that to straighten you out. But it's politically, it's probably a very good thing.
Mr. President, can I ask about immigration, crime, and the World Cup? Actually, so
that's a lot of.
You have a number of cities that are pushing back against your immigration deportation move, as well as your crime initiatives. Some of those cities.
I don't think they're very much.
But some of those cities have World Cup games. Yeah. Seattle, San Francisco.
They're going to be very. They're going to be very secure.
But could those games move if they don't cooperate with your crime push?
Well, that's an interesting. I guess, but we're going to make sure they're safe. They're run by radical left lunatics and that don't know what they're doing. Look at Washington, D.C. I just got numbers. There's like no crime in Washington, D.C. You, Jeff, will not be mugged walking down the street. You can walk down the street with your family. You can walk down your street with your wife, your daughter, your son, and you're not going to be. We took out 1,700 career criminals that we're not allowing back. And we have this city in great shape. There was a time when not long ago, when every single week you'd have at least one murder. And look what's happening with Washington. It's safe. I went to dinner in Washington just to prove a point. I gave a press conference in the middle of a street. I wouldn't say Secret Service was thrilled, but I did it, and here I am. Look, Washington, D.C. is such a great example of what can be done. We did it in 12 days. We made it very safe in 12 days, and now it's much safer than that. One other thing, I drove around Washington over the weekend, and I said, look at the difference. The grass looked great. Everything looked great. We had a lot of our National Guard, and we didn't ask them to do it. They did it themselves. They're proud. They're great. And they were picking up paper. They were cleaning. The place looked really beautiful. So we have a great Washington, D.C. We, as you probably know, we're going into Memphis, and we're going into some other cities, and very soon we're going to go into Chicago. It will be safe for the World Cup. If I think it isn't safe, we'll move it into a different city. Absolutely, we'll take the world. If I think it's not, it's actually a very fair question. If I think it's not safe, we're going to move it out of that city. If, like the governor of Illinois, who is, look, between last week and the week before, 11 murders, and 38 people were shot. Then he gets up and says, this is a very safe. And then he says crime is better. The reason crime is better is because Cash put, about 5 months ago, a whole team of FBI people there to get ready for when we go in, and they've lowered it a little bit, like 20, 25%, which isn't good enough, but it's a good start. But that was only put there because they're preparing for us to go in. And they've done, by the way, they've done a good job. So then Pritzker gets up, we've lowered crime 25, it's because the FBI was here. So, no, if any city we think is going to be even a little bit dangerous for the World Cup, or for the Olympics, where they have Olympic overthrow, right? But for the World Cup in particular, because they're playing in so many cities, we won't allow it to go to, we'll move it around a little bit. But I hope that's not going to happen, yeah.
Mr. President, Director Patel this morning indicated that the shooter in Dallas had been using an app to track ICE. Does your administration have any plans to take down those apps or get them removed? Or any
well, I can't tell you about that, but it tells you when they want to wear masks or they want to hide a little bit, why that's so important. But these are great patriots, the ICE, and what a tough job they have. What an unbelievably tough job they have. And think of it, what are they doing? They're taking hardcore criminals out of our country and putting them back. These were largely criminals that were given to us by Joe Biden and his group of radical maniacs that surrounded this desk, just like these people surround the desk now, but they're not maniacs, they're very solid people.
Thank you, sir.
I'm glad I prefaced it. But they're great. We have a great cabinet. We have great people. And he didn't have great people. He had terrible people. Look at Afghanistan. Look at the people he had running our military. That could happen. The most embarrassing day in the history of our country was Afghanistan. And 13 young people died. They don't ever talk about the 38 that were horribly wounded with legs and arms and everything else, really horribly wounded. So the country's respected like it's probably almost never been respected before. I think we're respected at a level, and a year ago it was a dead country. We had a dead country a year ago. This country was dying. It was really in bad shape. Let's talk about the next subject, can we?
One of the most powerful deterrents we have to violent crime is the death penalty. As you said, your administration has taken bold, decisive steps to ensure that Washington, D.C. is once again a safe and secure city for its residents and all who visit. This is a presidential memorandum that directs your Attorney General and your U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Judge Jeanine Pirro, to fully implement the death penalty here in Washington, D.C., where the evidence and facts of a case indicate that the death penalty should be used.
Okay. Everybody understand? Death penalty in Washington. You kill somebody, or if you kill a police officer, law enforcement officer, death penalty. And hopefully there won't be that. So again, it's way down. I mean, we have had week after week after week where we haven't had a murder. I said that the other day in front of the president of Poland. The press was here, and I said, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to announce that Washington, D.C. has not had a death in 4 weeks, a murder. And he looked at me, he goes, is that good or bad? He said, what kind of a place is this? But it's true for years. I mean, every week, essentially, somebody got killed or more than one. And this is a very safe city right now. We don't play games. And, it's interesting. We took these careers out, career criminals. They call them careers. They left the word criminal out. But we took the careers out of here. And they're now brought back to their homes, or they're in jail, or they're in a jail in another country. And hopefully they're not coming back. And we have to maintain it. You can't just leave, and we have to maintain it. We've gotten along fairly well with the mayor. She's getting a party that hates that the city's becoming safe. I mean, they're actually criticizing her because the city's becoming safe. But this is right now a very, very safe city. This went from the most unsafe city in the country to the safest city in the country. There's no city any safer. That's a pretty big achievement. And we really did it in 12 days. But if you add an extra week to it, that'd be nice. And, I mean, you can go out to dinner. Restaurants are booming. The restaurants were dead. They were dead. Even if you got to the restaurant, then somebody would come in and hold you up. They'd hold up the whole restaurant. They go to Uber. Young ladies in the White House. they'd call Uber for protection. They'd run to the car because they were petrified to be from the entrance of their building to the car. Now they feel safe. They're in the car, and then the car gets hijacked while they're in the back of the car. This is what we were living in. We were living in, that's the way it should be, okay? This is the death penalty for somebody that kills people in Washington, D.C. I think it's capital. It's a very interesting capital punishment, capital city, right? It's capital. But this is our capital city. We can't allow that to happen. People come in from Iowa to look at the Lincoln Memorial and they end up getting killed. It doesn't happen anymore. It's not going to happen. And if it does happen, it's the death penalty for the person that did it. And this goes into effect.
Yes, sir.
Right? Pam, is that right?
Yes,
Could you
sir.
speak a little bit about that?
Yes, sir. Not only are we seeking it in Washington, D.C., but all over the country again. And as you saw very recently, we are now moving the inmates who were on death row, who Joe Biden or the auto pen commuted their sentences off of death row. We're moving them to supermax facilities where they will be treated like they're on death row for the rest of their lives, President Trump.
Okay, that's a big statement. Thank you very much. Okay. I see some of you shaking your heads very positively. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, fellas.
You said on the campaign trail that
It
you were
said it.
for
Yeah.
the death penalty if anybody, illegal, killed a U.S. citizen
That's
or a
right.
police officer.
The grass looked great. Everything looked great. You know, we had a lot of our National Guard, and we didn't ask them to do it. They did it themselves. They're proud. They're great. And they were picking up paper. They were cleaning. The place looked really beautiful. So we have a great Washington, D.C. We, as you probably know, we're going into Memphis and we're going into some other cities. And very soon we're going to go into Chicago. It will be safe for the World Cup. If I think it isn't safe, we'll move it into a different city. Absolutely. We'll take the world. If I think it's not, it's actually a very fair question. If I think it's not safe, we're going to move it out of that city. If, like, the governor of Illinois, who is, look, last week, between last week and the week before, 11 murders, and 38 people were shot. Then he gets up and he says, this is a very safe, and then he says crime is better. The reason crime is better is because Cash put, about 5 months ago, a whole team of FBI people there to get ready for when we go in, and they've lowered it a little bit, like 20, 25%, which isn't good enough, but it's a good start. But that was only put there because they're preparing for us to go in. And they've done, by the way, they've done a good job. So then Pritzker gets up, we've lowered crime 25. It's because the FBI was there. So, no, if any city we think is going to be even a little bit dangerous for the World Cup or for the Olympics, where they have Olympic overthrow, right? But for the World Cup in particular, because they're playing in so many cities, we won't allow it to go to, we'll move it around a little bit. But I hope that's not going to happen, yeah.
Mr. President, Director Patel this morning indicated that the shooter in Dallas had been using an app to track ICE. Does your administration have any plans to take down those apps or get them removed or any?
Well, I can't tell you about that, but it tells you when they want to wear masks or they want to hide a little bit, why that's so important. But these are great patriots, the ICE, and what a tough job they have. What an unbelievably tough job they have. And think of it, what are they doing? They're taking hardcore criminals out of our country and putting them back. These were largely criminals that were given to us by Joe Biden and his group of radical maniacs that surrounded this desk, just like these people surround the desk now, but they're not maniacs, they're very solid people.
Thank you, sir.
I'm glad I prefaced. But they're great. We have a great cabinet. We have great people. And he didn't have great people. He had terrible people. Look at Afghanistan. Look at the people he had running our military. That could happen. The most embarrassing day in the history of our country was Afghanistan. And 13 young people died. They don't ever talk about the 38 that were horribly wounded with legs and arms and everything else, really horribly wounded. So the country's respected like it's probably almost never been respected before. I think we're respected at a level, and a year ago it was a dead country. We had a dead country a year ago. This country was dying. It was really in bad shape. Let's talk about the next subject, can we?
One of the most powerful deterrents we have to violent crime is the death penalty. As you said, your administration has taken bold, decisive steps to ensure that Washington, D.C. is once again a safe and secure city for its residents and all who visit. This is a presidential memorandum that directs your Attorney General and your U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Judge Janine Pirro, to fully implement the death penalty here in Washington, D.C., where the evidence and facts of a case indicate that the death penalty should be used.
Okay? Everybody understand? Death penalty in Washington. You kill somebody, or if you kill a police officer, law enforcement officer, death penalty. And hopefully there won't be that. So again, it's way down. I mean, we have had week after week after week where we haven't had a murder. I said that the other day in front of the president of Poland. The press was here, and I said, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to announce that Washington, D.C. has not had a death in 4 weeks, a murder. And he looked at me and goes, is that good or bad? You know, he said, what kind of a place is this? But it's true for years. I mean, every week, essentially, somebody got killed or more than one. And this is a very safe city right now. We don't play games. And, you know, it's interesting. We took these careers out, career criminals. They call them careers. They left the word criminal out. But we took the careers out of here. And they're now brought back to their homes, or they're in jail, or they're in a jail in another country. And hopefully they're not coming back. And we have to maintain it. You can't just leave, and we have to maintain it. We've gotten along fairly well with the mayor. You know, she's getting a party that hates that the city's becoming safe. I mean, they're actually criticizing her because the city's becoming safe. But this is becoming this is right now a very, very safe city. This went from the most unsafe city in the country to the safest city in the country. There's no city any safer. That's a pretty big achievement. And we really did it in 12 days. But if you add an extra week to it, that'd be nice. And, I mean, you can go out to dinner. Restaurants are booming. You know, the restaurants were dead. They were dead. Even if you got to the restaurant, then somebody would come in and hold you up. You know, they'd hold up the whole restaurant. They go to Uber. Young ladies in the White House, they'd call Uber for protection. They'd run to the car because they were petrified to be from the entrance of their building to the car. Now they feel safe. They're in the car, and then the car gets hijacked while they're in the back of the car. This is what we were living in. We were living in hell. People that work in the White House, every time they see me, young women in particular, say, thank you, sir. And I don't even ask them about what. I know exactly. I made their lives. Now they're living in a beautiful, glamorous place called Washington, D.C. with no crime, and that's the way it should be. Okay? This is the death penalty for somebody that kills people in Washington, D.C. I think it's capital. It's a very interesting capital punishment, capital city. Right? It's capital. But this is our capital city. We can't allow that to happen. People come in from Iowa to look at the Lincoln Memorial and they end up getting killed. It doesn't happen anymore. It's not going to happen. And if it does happen, it's the death penalty for the person that did it. And this goes into effect.
Yes, sir.
Right? Pam, is that right? Could you speak a little bit about that?
Yes, sir. Not only are we seeking it in Washington, D.C., but all over the country again. And as you saw very recently, we are now moving the inmates who were on death row, who Joe Biden or the auto pen commuted their sentences off of death row. We're moving them to supermax facilities where they will be treated like they're on death row for the rest of their lives, President Trump.
Okay. That's a big statement. Thank you very much. Okay. I see some of you shaking your heads very positively. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, fellas.
You said on the campaign trail that
I said it.
Yeah. The death penalty if anybody, an illegal, killed a U.S. citizen or a police officer. So this just reinforces your campaign promise.
That's right. And most people really like it. And Washington, again, it's going to because you have to do it. These are bad people. When you look at that guy, the guy that killed the young lady in the train in North Carolina, that he'll be in trial for years and years, years. He'll get a good lawyer somewhere along the line. Somebody will come along, and what he did to that young lady, and she went into that train scared. You know, when she went in, the way she sat down, she was scared to just be there. She just wanted to not pay any attention to anybody, just not be noticed. And she had her throat slit. We don't want that in this country anymore. We're not going to have it in this country anymore. Thank you very much. Next.
Lastly, sir, this is a presidential memorandum on countering domestic terrorism and organized political violence. In recent weeks, months, and years, we've seen a tremendous upsurge in some highly visible but also other acts of domestic terrorism and organized political violence being perpetrated by radical, politically motivated groups all over the country. What this presidential memorandum will do is set off an administration-wide response to that, ranging from the Joint Terrorism Task Forces to other components of the Department of Justice to the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Treasury. We're looking at interdicting these groups, preventing them from performing acts of violence, and also looking at sources of organization and funding and support that prop them up and allow them to do the acts that they have been doing.
We're looking at the funders of a lot of these groups, and when you see the signs, and they're all beautiful signs made professionally, these aren't your protesters that make the sign in their basement late in the evening because they really believe it. These are anarchists and agitators, professional anarchists and agitators, and they get hired by wealthy people, some of whom I know, I guess, probably know them. And you wouldn't know it. You're at dinner with them, everything's nice, and then you find out that they funded millions of dollars to these lunatics. Steve, could you say a couple of words?
Yes, Mr. President. This is a very historic and significant day. This is the first time in American history that there is an all-of-government effort to dismantle left-wing terrorism, to dismantle Antifa, to dismantle the organizations that have been carrying out these acts of political violence and terrorism. What we have seen, if you look at whether it be going back to the riots that started with Black Lives Matter and all the way through to the Antifa riots, the attacks on ICE officers, the doxing campaigns, and now the political assassinations, these are not lone, isolated events. This is part of an organized campaign of radical left terrorism. It is structured, it is sophisticated, it is well-funded, it is well-planned. There is really no parallel like this to anything else in the country right now. There is an entire system of feeder organizations that provide money, resources, weapons, and when they're attacking ICE officers, they're attacking federal buildings, or they're isolating public officials for harassment, doxing, intimidation, and ultimately attempted assassination. It is all carefully planned, executed, and thought through. It is terrorism on our soil. Because of this executive order, Cash and Pam are going to have the tools they need, working with Scott, to take these organizations apart piece by piece. And the central hub of that effort is going to be the Joint Terrorism Task Force, or JTTF, which sits inside the Federal Bureau of Investigation. But for those at home who are worried about terrorism in this country, they need to understand, because of President Trump's strength, because of his vision, because of his leadership, we are now going to use the entire force of the federal government to uproot these organizations root and branch. And again, that's only possible because of President Trump and his leadership.
Thank you. Steve Cash, please.
Yes, as Steve was saying, Mr. President, thanks to your leadership, crime is going downward in a tremendous fashion, and that's what we want for every city in America. And the FBI's premier flagship enterprise, the Joint Terrorism Task Force, are honored to lead this initiative with our partners at Treasury and Homeland Security, because our citizens are being attacked by, as Stephen said, organized violence, and it's being paid for, not by them, by other people. So what we are going to do, combining forces as Scott and I have done in these last few months, is follow the money. Mm-hmm. People and organizations have collected funds and put them out into the streets of America and organized violence across our country. And thanks to your recognition of this and this executive order and the AG's leadership to lead out and prosecute these individuals, we are properly going to chase them down like the domestic terrorists that they are. And our streets and our communities are going to be safer because the JTTF and the FBI and Treasury and DHS and DOJ are going to combine forces like never before to root out this new evil that is perpetrating our criminal activities across our societies. And we are just so thankful for your leadership and recognition of it. It's not easy to do.
Good job. Thank you very much,
Who
Pam.
specifically do you want to target?
What?
Besides Antifa, is there a specific group or person you're targeting with this?
Any organized group.
Any organized
Any
group?
organized group who are committing these crimes, and we're working with the Secretary of Treasury. You know what law enforcement has told us under President Trump's leadership? He's taken the handcuffs off law enforcement. They can do their jobs now, thanks to you, President Trump, and that's what's happening. And all of these agencies that Cash mentioned, we work hand in hand together. Our prosecutors were following the money with Treasury. We're working with Homeland Security, Cash's agents, all of our agents, DEA, ATF, U.S. Marshals. combined are working, and with state and local government, to take these people off the streets who are jeopardizing lives.
Can I just illustrate this? So I was talking with Cash and Stephen about this a couple of days ago, sir. So I believe it was in Oregon where you had a federal building where there were men in black ski masks who were committing acts of violence, who were shutting down a government building. To the president's point, they don't come from nowhere. These are paid people. This is organized. They're committing acts of political terrorism on American soil. And it's time we had a government that looked out for the American people rather than the people who are committing violence against the American people.
When you go out to Portland and you see what's happening in Portland, this is like nobody's ever seen anything like it. Every night, and this has gone on for years. They just burn the place down, and you know, the shop owners, most of them have left, but the few shops that are open, they just use plywood and just like 3/4 inch plywood. They don't put storefronts in because they know it's going to be burned down. These are professional agitators.
That's right.
These are bad people, and they're paid a lot of money by rich people, some of whom we know. I'm sure I know some. I don't. If I knew, I wouldn't associate because I'll be in trouble because Pam will say, "Why are you associating with this person?" But I will tell you that these are bad people, and they're paying a lot of money, millions of dollars. But take a look at Portland sometime. These are wild. These are crazy people, and they're trying to burn down buildings, including federal buildings. And on my list of things that I want to do before we finish up with the cities, because I think we're going to whip the cities back into shape, and we have to. We cannot let our cities, and that's a small example, but it's the most violent example. It's every night, and they've done it for years. You'd think maybe at some point they made their point, and what are they doing? But we're going to get out there, and we're going to do a pretty big number of those people in Portland that are doing that. They're professional agitators and anarchists. They're actually anarchists, yeah. Go ahead, why don't you defend? Let's see you defend them, Jeff.
No, I'm not defending anyone. I just want, so that we can just explain this in our stories, can you name a couple?
You don't explain it right, though, Jeff. Go ahead, let's go. Maybe let's give you another chance. Go ahead.
Antifa, Soros, what names are we talking about?
Well, Soros is a name certainly that I keep hearing. I don't know, but Soros is a name that I hear. I hear a lot of different names. I hear names of some pretty rich people that are radical left people. Maybe I hear about a guy named Reid Hoffman. Somebody's a pretty rich guy, I guess, and I hear about him. I don't know. Maybe could be him. Could be a lot of people. We hear the same names, but they're bad, and we're going to find out. And if they are funding these things, they're going to have some problems because they're agitators and they're anarchists. These are anarchists, really bad. Okay, yeah, please.
Can you, Mr. President, are you on?
Who are you with? Who are you with?
I'm with the Center Square. Sarah Roderick is my name. Sarah, there's also, as you know, Antifa is not just a domestic terror or now a domestic terror organization. It's also international. I know the Netherlands is looking at also designating them a terror organization.
Right.
Have you been working with your intel community and your DNI to possibly expand that to making them designated
Yes,
an
we have.
international terror
Yeah, we have been. Yep. It's an international. In many cases, it is international.
Mr. Madden, on Antifa, if someone takes to the streets of America and says they're Antifa, what happens to them? What will happen to them?
Well, I'd say the maximum under the law, and we'll see. Now, if they kill somebody, we just signed a death penalty, so it depends where it is. But if they kill somebody, which they do, I mean, people are dying. You go out to Portland, people die out there. Many people have died over the years in Portland. Portland is, I don't know how anybody lives there. It's amazing. But it's anarchy out there, and that's what they want. They want anarchy, like when they attacked Seattle and took over a big percentage of the city. I was going to go out, and we were going to do a big number. They heard that, and everybody broke up all of a sudden. But, you know, you have governors that have to run that, and a lot of them don't do that. I don't like to go in. I'd rather have Pritzker's support when we go into Chicago. But if we don't have it, that's okay, too, because we're paramount, and we will do what we have to do. We're going to make Chicago safe. We're going to make we're going to make as many as we can, and usually that involves a surge. But what we did with, in the case of Chicago, by having the FBI go out there 5 or 6 months ago, we brought it down a little bit. You know, a little bit is 25%, so it's not so little. But it is when you're talking about the kind of crime and killings and murders that you hear in Chicago. But we're going to get it. Chicago's a great city. As the Union Pacific said, the head of the Union Pacific, who's a great guy, started off as a low-rung guy. He said he started in a caboose and now he's the chairman of the Union Pacific. But he's a great guy. But he said, "Sir, don't lose Chicago." The way he said it, I said, "Boy, it really hit me." You know, here's a man that knows all the cities. The Union Pacific, I guess, is our largest railroad, and he knows all the cities. He's been doing it for 45 years, and he said, "Sir, don't lose Chicago." And the way he said that meant a lot to me. And we're going to go into Chicago very soon. We're going to take care of Memphis. We're going to take care of Memphis. You can't walk a block without getting shot. We're going to take care of that one, and just like we did Washington D.C. And we're gonna do Chicago very soon. Yeah.
There could be an indictment on James Comey. Do you know if there is an indictment or Madam Attorney?
I don't know. I know it's going on because I read the papers just like you do, right? So I don't know. Do you have anything to say about that?
We can't comment on that.
Yeah.
Can you comment on a New York Times, Madam Attorney General, can you comment on a New York Times report saying that Justice Department officials have asked attorneys to target a George Soros-funded group? And is this executive order that you just signed a part of that effort?
I'm not going to comment on whether there is or is not a pending investigation, but everything's on the table right now.
I don't think anybody has to ask, because if you look at Soros, he's at the top of every. In fact, sometimes they say, could he be involved in this many things? But he's in every story that I read. Stories that I read keep talking about Soros, and so I guess he'd be a likely candidate. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, so he didn't admit it, and Pam Bondi did admit it, but they kind of did. And by the way, he dropped Reid Hoffman's name, so I'm wherever Reid is, whatever bungalow he's in right now with his billions of dollars, his butt just went, just tightened up. The President of the United States actually dropped your name. Just saying. And I would almost think, yes, indictments are coming soon, because she could have said no. It's coming. If you guys read between the lines there, it is definitely coming. So maybe tonight, who knows? Wow. Yeah, exactly, Robin. Wow. Lawyer up, Reid. The President of the United States just dropped your name as being a part of a criminal enterprise. Ooh, boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, Reid Hoffman. Yeah, regarding Reid Hoffman, you're in trouble, boy. You're about to take your turn in the barrel. Luckily, you got so much money you can hire a bunch of lawyers. So Reid Hoffman, in case you don't know, like somebody says, who is Reid Hoffman? He made his big bucks as, I think he was the CEO or founder of LinkedIn. And he has become a complete, absolute nutty lefty. And wow. That is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. I have new respect for Mr. Trump. If only we could stop feeding the military-industrial complex. Oh, this is going to be fun time. So, as you guys can see by the time right now, wait a minute, what did that just say? Wait a minute, somebody said arrest. Who got arrested? I don't think so yet. Wait a minute. Let me see if I can find that comment. I don't see it. Somebody said that maybe, well, we'll see. We'll find out who's being arrested or whatever. All right, so today's broadcast is brought to you by Timex. It's 5 hours. Good gosh, by the time we're done with the after party, we will be at 5 hours today. And I could probably go for another hour and a half or 2 hours. But I'm going to get you guys out of here. I'm going to go eat some dinner. Obviously, at this late time, we're not going to be doing a second show because I have a life. I got to go see my wife. Craziness going on. And hopefully tomorrow won't be as crazy, but I think something may drop. We shall see. All right, so let me do super chats. Redeemed Patriot for the Bibles. Thank you very much. We just got in a whole bunch of boxes of more Bibles, so we'll get those out. Give them, Fazul, give them the Ugats. Shut it down. Barry Canova. Barry, you're the new Walter Cronkite. Dan Rather and others that reported real news. No bull. Thank you very much. Bibles again. Thank you, CR. Redeeming Patriot. Donald Trump is our president and loves America, but our government rests on God's shoulders. Okay. Nikki P. Schumer sounds like a South Park character. He does. They're terrified. They got nothing. I can't wait till it shuts down. It'll be funny. Pavlovsky, all is okay. Charmaine Roddenberry, you're my go-to for common sense. Thank you. I'm sorry if I have to make you sit here for 5 hours. And Charmaine again, shut it down finally. Barry Canova, Trump administration of the 1985 Chicago Bears, sweetness 34. They're good. Robert Gallant, they don't know how to play checkers. No, they're not. Now, like I said, this isn't 4D chess. These people just don't even know how to play chess. Gen V, sorry, not sorry about the shutdowns. I sacrificed so much working sick, hurt, July 4th, Thanksgiving, Christmas evening, night shifts and weekends, not sympathetic about the government cuts. Gotta agree with you. VJC class. Man, I don't know what kind of chess Trump's playing, but I like it. Okay, yeah, I hear that. Trish, where'd that go? Where's Trisha? Barry, please do more financial videos. I just sold, you just sold your Tesla stock. Likewise, my gold and silver values are up over 30,000. Wow. Yes, I will continue. Gen V, Chucky and Hakeem will just lie to people, just like Newsom, Kimmel, where the show got 1 million views. Yeah, right. And we're applauding Newsom and blasting Trump. Short-lived, very short-lived. American Republican fighter. For many years, immigrants get work visas to come and help with farmers' harvests legally. We don't need them for that. Tarera Garakani, tough situation. Need very tough laws for prevention. Hey, Demon of Cybertron, Reid Hoffman must be pooping his pants right now. Lawyer up, bro. And Jimmy, love the channel. Trump and Barry, people with slightly different appearance about things are not trolls. Love the channel. Trump and Barry, people with slightly different opinions about things are not trolls. I don't think that. Slightly. Just, the whole slightly part. Maybe that's different. All right, so thank you guys for tuning in. If you haven't seen the whole show, go ahead and rewind it. Get back to the front. Oh, rewind it. You weren't looking at a repeat or something on a loop. The original feed went down. I had to change feeds. When I changed feed, it went back to a certain point. So I thought I put it on the screen. People would know, but I guess people didn't pay attention. All right, so I'm going to get out of here. We're going to see Comey watch and Big Letty watch and John Bolton watch and just see who's going to get handcuffs. Maybe hopefully tonight. I hope they have a big raid at about 5 o'clock in the morning. That would be great. All right, talk to you guys tomorrow.